What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
Yeah, that was it.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Brilliant. Dirty Harrison. Van Velzen.
See, that one drifted, but that is wonderful from Ricky King.
Instead, Nichols has got plenty of time to convert this 61.
Game shot the third.
He does with aplomb.
Wawrzewski to win a match.
Game shot
For
the
a
first.
very, very steady.
Serious starts from Ricky King.
Hello and welcome along to what is a bumper day of darts. We're here at the MODUS Super Series at the live lounge in Portsmouth, keeping you company from now up until around about 1 a.m. And we're going to get underway with Group C over the course of this afternoon. It's bound to be a dramatic affair. We've got the asset Paul Nicholson with us for the remainder of the week. Before we talk about this afternoon's session, let's go back to yesterday because Group A came to a close and Kurt Parry won that. And over the course of the 3 days, fair to say that he was the best player throughout.
Yeah, overall, I think the stats don't lie, but when he looks at the table, he'll be thinking, I've got the same amount of points as Ted Everts, and he might have had some thoughts on his mind last night when he was going to watch his good friend Michael Huntley at the seniors. How has Ted Everts not won this group, having 2 perfect days on Monday and Wednesday, but it was Tuesday that killed Ted Everts because only 1 win. If he'd found 2, he would have won the group and he wouldn't be playing tonight.
So Kurt Parry is the winner of Group A. He picked up 22 points over the course of the campaign, and this was how he qualified. He got the better of Reece Colley by 4 legs to 2. And once he got his nose in front of the group, Kurt, that there was really no looking back on Wednesday.
Not really. I think in the game before this for Kurt, you could sense that he knew if he'd won his previous game against Dave Wawrzewski that he was going to be safe, but he didn't get the final job done. Here, it was a case of, give me a shot, I'll take it, time to move on, get a couple of days off and come back for what could be history-making Saturday for him, because he's never won on a Saturday before and he really wants to.
Well, this is the breakdown for the rest of the week. Kurt Parry winning Group A. Group B is what we're going to watch later on this evening. Reece Robinson, Mark McGeaney and Jamie Owens joining Group B alongside Ted Everts and Reece Colley. This afternoon, we're going to see Ricky King, Carl Wilson and Dan Nichols enter the fray, whilst Darren Brown, David Wawrzewski and Ektoris Stylianou will come in following their exploits in Group A. Some intriguing players that have dropped into this particular group. I want to talk about Carl Wilson first because he came here on debut in the previous series, won Group A, got through to the semi-finals on Saturday. He's also won this year on the ADC Tour, so could be returning here for the championship finals come November. He's a player over the last 6 months that really has grown in stature.
Yeah, definitely. I think when he can make an impact on debut the way that he did against the players that he was playing against, we've got to start taking someone like Carl really seriously. And it's great to see as well because he comes from an area of the country that has yielded some great players in the past, like Adrian Gray and John Ferrell, who played a lot for Surrey in a neighbouring county, and Shane Burgess as well. So plenty of talent around that Sussex area. But he's the next one off the rank because we've got to take him seriously. He's a great player with some great numbers.
I remember before he made his debut, Scott Mitchell was talking very highly of Ricky King, playing around his neck of the woods. And there were signs last time of a player that, give him a few appearances, can really compete at this level.
Yeah, he started really well the last time he was here. And he'd like to get that same sort of start as he gets his campaign underway today. But when you've donned an England shirt, whether that's 30, 40 years ago or last season, that tells you something. And the people that he was sharing that England experience with, he's in that same bracket. And when you can be competitive in that kind of company, we've got to take Ricky King for real.
Well, let's have a look at the odds then, see what the bookmakers think about proceedings. They have Carl Wilson and Ricky off as the two favourites. Now, they have Darren and David, who came out of Group A at 9-2 respectively, particularly in the case of Darren Brown. Could that be a little bit too fat?
Unquestionably. I think Darren's the danger man in this group. I think over the course of the last 3 days, we've figured out that Darren's still got a lot in the locker. Even though he's played competitive darts between 2013 and 2018 a lot and making the UK Open, we posed the question on Monday morning, has he still got the kind of level that would be competitive here this week? He absolutely has. And in most cases, what he's done in the first 3 days would make him a Group B player. Him being in Group C, everyone's got to watch out. He is definitely the danger person.
18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, let's get into the action. We kick off with the return of Carl Wilson to the live lounge stage. He takes on Ettore Stilianu, who finished bottom of Group A, looking for his first win of the week. But for Carl, well, he's looking to go a couple of steps better than his previous exploits here in Portsmouth. And his first task of this week was to have a chat with me earlier on this morning. Carl, back for a second stint here at the Super Series. How much are you looking forward to it?
I love it here. I mean, first time was fantastic for me. Got some great exposure, so to come back here and be invited is an honour.
In terms of the first time you were here, was the semi-final a little bit above your initial expectations?
No, I was capable. Got a little bit nervous. It was nice to have all my friends and family here to come and support me. If anything, it was probably a little bit overwhelming because I'm not used to it. I played county up on the stage, but it was nothing like that. It was fantastic.
In terms of the darts since, how have things gone?
Really well. I mean, played in the ADC tour and luckily enough to win event 2. Played really well. Didn't play event 3 and 4 because I went to go and try and qualify for the UK Open, which didn't happen. But yeah, it's going in the right direction. I've just got to keep plodding along and doing what I'm doing.
Really positive start to the year for yourself, and particularly the ADC events as well. If you can win one of them early on, there's opportunities. Obviously, an expanded global championship this year. The tour finals could all be possibilities. It'd be good to see a fair bit of yourself down here.
Well, I'd like to think so. I said to my manager, as soon as the global come out, I said, I want to be part of that. It's massive and it's just pushing amateur darts in the right direction. So I want to be a part of that, and I'm going to do everything that I can to get into that and hopefully get back here.
And in terms of this week, a case of more the same compared to last time?
I'd like to think so. I'm one of them people, just take every game as it comes. If it goes, it goes. It doesn't, it doesn't. I'll enjoy the experience, get more games under my CV and just keep plodding along. I'd love to get to finals night again on the Saturday night because the atmosphere in here is just incredible.
Wish you all the best, Carl. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Carl Wilson, definitely a man with a reputation to uphold here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He was really impressive the last time he was here, making it through to the semi-finals on Saturday evening. And that's why the bookmakers have put him as the 5-4 favourite to go on and win this group. They really do think that he can back up that success of last time. He takes on the Cypriot Ettore Stilianu, still searching for his first win on the Live Lounge stage. But for Carl, he's hoping to keep on keeping on compared to his exploits last time out. The 35-year-old from Royal Tunbridge Wells, a former semi-finalist. He's a roofer by trade, and he'll be hoping to reach the ceiling here at the Live Lounge this week. He takes on the 27-year-old from Limassol, Ettore Stilianu, the Trojan, who is looking to gallop towards some wins today, and he'll be hoping to kick on to the finishing line in this Group C campaign. 25 matches over the course of this session, which will be brought to you exclusively live on Pluto TV. All of which will be officiated by George Baker. Great to see him back here. He has swapped the chalkboard and the iPads of Challenge Tour and Pro Tour events to the stage and lights of the MODUS Super Series. It's Carl Wilson to get us underway on this Thursday afternoon session, and we're going to be watching every single dart in the company of the former Players Champion, Paul Nicholson.
I'm excited to see Carl this week.
26.
He's an excellent player. And wasn't it really positive, the way he was talking to you earlier this morning, Henry? When you ask a lot of the players,
100.
where is their game at? I don't remember seeing anyone talk so positively as Carl from a couple of hours back.
And it wasn't
60.
a brash kind of confidence. It was a assured confidence that he knows that he's in a very good space of this game, and he's just telling us honestly how he feels things are going. It wasn't anything over the top. It was just an honest
125.
appraisal how things are going.
Absolutely. There are results to back up what he said.
45.
He will be an overwhelming favourite for this game for 2 reasons. One, because when he's played in group stage matches here before, he's had a really good time of it.
43.
And Nicholls' confidence, it may be just a little bit dented after a Group A campaign that didn't yield a great deal of joy.
41. Cardio require 133.
He's got 6 from here against Nicholls, who didn't win a match in Group A. He's hoping to reverse those particular fortunes in this
40.
Group C. He leaves himself on a 2 data, and he's got plenty of time on his side to take it out as well.
96. Cardio require 93.
There's a nice pace about this game. And Carl's got 74 left.
73.
Okay, so he doesn't leave tops. He hits tops to leave 10s.
61.
Well, this for a
Cardio
comfortable
require
take
20.
of the opening leg of the afternoon session.
Game shot.
Yeah,
the
very
first leg,
confidently
Carl
found.
Wilson.
By the man nicknamed Gok.
Second leg is Nicholls to throw first. Game on.
Come on, Carl, you can do better than that. Some of the nicknames in this sport, they really need to be thought about before they're put on a shirt.
140.
You go back to previous generations, people had different nicknames before their nickname really kicked into gear. I mean, James Wade was called the Gladiator.
60.
Why?
Careful, because we've got a gladiator playing tonight.
Yeah, that one makes sense. James Wade is the machine. That makes sense.
81.
But think about it this way. Now, let's be brand smart here. If Carl's career really does rocket over the next couple of years, does he really want to be known as Gok?
140.
No. So have a nickname that is worthy of your talent and your brand if you get there.
39.
Something like the Asp makes sense. Snakebite makes sense. A lot of nicknames that aren't snake related make sense.
140.
Well, Gok looking to win the week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We'll be hoping his first appearance was just a dress rehearsal as to what's to come.
100. Cardio require
And
161.
Nicholls has left himself for the finish, but Wilson will probably feel he's got 6 here for 161 for a 2-0 lead. He's not going to take it out with the first 3, but he is going to leave himself in
Nicholls
situ
require
if there
141.
is to be a miss of Nicholls.
This game has got me giggling off camera because you got one guy called the Trojan
45. Cardio
who's got a
require
tiger on the back
64.
of his shirt, and the Trojan is playing against a person with a horse on the back of his shirt. It's all very confusing. And that was a flight deflection.
32.
He's got to watch that.
Nicholls require 96.
It's giving Nicholls the opportunity here to level this match up at 1-1. Chances are a short supply for the Cypriot over the course of his Group A
42.
campaign.
Cardio require 32.
And he's been reduced to no chances so far. And he's not
Game
going to
shot
get an
in the second
opportunity
leg.
to
Go
win leg
Wilson.
2 as Wilson gets the break that he needed at some point in this contest for comfortability. And that's exactly what he's
Third
got.
leg is Carl to throw first. Game on.
You ever been to Royal Tunbridge Wells, Henry?
I've driven past it, but I've never actually been there.
That's a beautiful place. It's actually one of the most middle class,
100.
expensive places to live in the UK. I used to live about 30 minutes from there and used to go into Tunbridge Wells all the time.
55.
Fabulous place to go for the day. Really historic. You would look at the infrastructure around, like the historic buildings and
93.
the architecture. It's just a marvel.
Trying to think where I drove past somewhere really nice like that on Saturday on my way back from Oxford. I
85.
cannot remember where, but it was just so beautiful. Was it Henley on Thames? Would I have been going the wrong way? Something on Thames.
Well, you go the wrong way in Henley and end up in the water.
58.
Just say hello to Matthew Pinsent and Steve Redgrave as they're bobbing by.
99.
Was it Aversham? Aversham on Thames? Would that be around there? Am I completely losing my bearings on towns? Or shall we just move on?
It's probably what your sat-nav's saying.
80.
Let's just move on. Well, what do you think of this dart shirt? It's the first time we've seen this one from Ectoris this week. It's like a mix between a Raymond van Barneveld shirt and a Rob Cross shirt.
Card require 170.
170 for Wilson. To tame the tiger. But it's not going to be a case of easy tiger with the big fish.
122.
But following a first leg where he was just trying to settle into things, Carl Wilson. The 2 legs since have been fairly efficient. He's left himself
40.
on 48, averaging 85.5. It's not bad for starters, and this for free zip.
Yeah, it's a solid base, isn't it? 2 8s.
32. Ectoris require 150.
He might be back. And now he will be.
So Wilson to
60. Carly
move
require
himself
16.
free clear, and then needing only just one more to get his first win of the session. Looking at double 8. Well, he's parked a couple close.
No score.
He tried to find the
Ectoris
bumper,
require
but
90.
it bumped next to the wire.
He cannot believe that didn't nestle into the double 8. It's going to be the bullseye.
54. Carly requires 16.
It was nowhere near the mark, and so Wilson will come back for 2 8s for
Game
free
shot in the
zip.
third leg. Carl
He has
Wilson.
full control of this match, not playing anywhere near his best. He'll be the first to admit that, but it's been more than enough at
Full
this
leg is
present moment in
Ectoris to throw
time
first.
to
Game
have
on.
the lead against Ectoris Stilianu.
All you can do is beat the person in front of you. And so far, Carl is doing that.
100.
It's a very individual grip that he's got. He almost cups the hand and then pushes down on the point, meaning it goes into the board quite flat. There's a lot of upper body movement as well, but
41.
you can't argue with results. It means the timing of the movement for every dart is working. You look at the lateral
83.
movement that he's got with the upper body, going from right to left as he looks at the board. There have been players who've had vertical movement. People like Peter Manley and Nathan
58.
Aspinall with that little hop on their front toes. As long as that movement is consistent, it's not a problem. But if it's consistently
140.
having you missing targets, you may have to change things. Someone like Nathan Derry, for instance.
42.
Right, it looks
Carly
like
require
4-0 this one.
142.
Carl has got this game in the palm of his hand. He's just got to close it.
As the popular YouTube channel would say, it's got 4-0 written all over
60.
it. 82 left for Carl Wilson to seal a 4-0 win against Ectoris Stilianu to kick off the afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in
62.
Portsmouth. For Ectoris, it's been a
82.
slow start, but for Carl, he's on the cusp of a perfect one. Hasn't been his best performance, but he'll be happy to seal the win nonetheless if he could get over the line, but he has got time on his side.
26.
It's a good job as well. That was a visit that he won't have liked.
78.
But he's got the
Carly
chance to
require
finish it off
56.
now.
2 darts, a double top. To
Game
seal an
shot
opening
and the
win for
match,
Carl
Carl
Wilson. He
Wilson.
gets the better Ectoris Stilianu by 4 legs to 0. He gets his campaign off to the perfect start. Coming up after the break, it's going to be Ricky King against David Wawrzewski. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. For the break, Carl Wilson got the better of Victoria Stilianu by 4 legs to 0. That kicks off the day's campaign. Match 2 sees David Wawrzewski and Ricky King go head-to-head. For Ricky, a second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The 34-year-old from Swanage will be hoping his field trip to Portsmouth yields as much joy as it did last time by getting through to the finals. Dave Wawrzewski looking to do so for a 5th time in 8 visits here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. His Group A campaign was a little bit stop-start at times. The good stuff, well, it was fairly proficient, but a little bit of inconsistency and some bad results on Monday meant that he was really out of the race for Group B quite early on in proceedings, but you'll be hoping a new group means new fortunes for him. But for Ricky King, who, alongside Carl Wilson, is the second favourite, 3-1 to win this group. He played well last time he was here, and he is hoping to, a little bit like Carl Wilson, really, just carry on that form into this time.
Yes, absolutely. He impressed the last time he was here. So maybe for the first time, he turns up with expectation.
60.
Although maybe he did the last time anyway because he was an England international before that.
100.
But aren't Dorset really starting to pull their weight with the likes of Tommy Morris and Ricky King and Scott Mitchell? It's not just
43.
about good level county players anymore from Dorset. We're talking about international players now.
Well, that part of the world,
$85.
as we move the southeast to the southwest, really is. It's been a region that has had good players all along, but it feels like it's really having a resurfacing again over the last few
57.
years.
David, you
Yeah,
require
that's fair.
136.
I suppose being led more than anybody else by Ryan Searle at this present moment in time.
100.
Yeah, good start from Wazzy.
140.
Might want to get
David,
rid of
you require
this.
36.
Ricky's a good finisher.
Game shot in the
That's a
first
great
leg.
first leg from David.
Wawrzewski.
You're right about his week. If it had been just a little better on Monday,
Second leg, it's David to throw
just
first.
don't know.
Game on.
what it could have yielded. But over the last couple of days, he's caused problems for everybody in Group A.
125.
Even Kurt Parry, even Ted Evans, the people at the top, didn't have it all their own way
57.
because Dave was in their way, causing them issues.
And it's going to be easy for him now because everybody's on an even slate. I don't know because I haven't spoken to David about this, but I just got the
100.
sense that on Tuesday and Wednesday, because Monday was, for his standards, a little bit below par, it almost felt like the performance he was putting in, he almost wanted
58.
to do himself justice because he knows how good he is. We know how good David is, but he wanted to make sure that everybody knew that he has still got that real good high ceiling in the locker.
100.
The thing is, he is a good player. I don't think he'd be invited back so many times if he wasn't.
85.
It's not just a case of getting the same players in and out every series. People get invited back because they're good.
It's a meritocracy.
100.
You win things, you do good things, you will be here. And look at the opportunities given the likes of Sam
41.
Spivey,
David,
probably
you
the
require
best example of
76.
that in this series.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Tops.
36.
This is really solid. I can't believe I've just said that a 99 average is solid.
140. David, you require 40.
It's the age we live in.
Tops are 2-0. Some
Game
start
shot in the
this.
second leg. David Wawrzewski.
Dave Wawrzewski averaged 100.2, 30 darts for the first two legs. In cruise control against Ricky King, whose
Third
scoring's
leg,
just
it's
been a
Ricky
little
to
bit
throw
off pace.
first. Game on.
And because of that, David's high scoring power has been able to exploit it. When I say high scoring power, he's been doing all of his damage in the ton plus column.
140.
6 visits of one treble, it's just constantly giving him opportunities.
See, that's what makes him a good player. You need people
41.
in your team if you play locally, like Wazzy. Someone who's going to constantly batter the tons in. He's reliable.
96.
He's going to score 45s and 44s and things like that every now and again. Everybody does. But he's solid.
81.
He's the kind of dart player that if it was the sort of model that golf has, he might not win a great deal of tournaments, but he'd make a lot of
58.
cuts.
He's the type of player that if you're at a challenge tour, you're at an ADC event or WDF event, whatever you play,
140.
the first round draw bracket comes out and you get David Wawrzewski, you think, oh no. Because you know roughly where he's going to be at a base. You roughly know what you're going to have to do to beat him.
100.
Now that's easier said than done, particularly with the talent that David has. He's just one of those players that could just be an aching problem for opponents. And that's the biggest compliment you can
Ricky
pay
require
someone.
107.
Yeah, Ricky's trying to get on the board here. With tops.
67. David, you require 100.
How is he going to pay for that first miss at a double? We're about to find out.
80.
Oh, that was a big chance.
Ricky, you require 40.
And you felt if that was the case, then Wawrzewski would have more than wrestled his game in his wrestled the
shot
game in
the
his
third
favour.
leg.
But Ricky
King.
King pulls one back, brings it back to 2-1. But David, having got the break in the
Fourth
opening leg
leg
of the
is
match,
David to throw
is looking to
first.
cash
Game
in on
on.
that advantage here.
28.
I know Wazzy's got quite a fast throw, but it still reminds me of Cliff Lazarenko in a certain way.
60.
Cliff's still around. Lives up in Wellingborough in Northamptonshire. Doesn't do anything with darts these days, which is a bit of a shame. But
81.
if he is watching this, we wish him well. I've never met Cliff. How about you, Henry?
Exactly the same. Never met the guy.
180.
Absolute legend of the sport during its halcyon days.
Absolutely. And that's a nice segue, isn't it? Because you have
60.
British players that have names that don't sound very British. Now, I know that's a strange thing to say these days because loads of British names are different because of the way things are.
17.
Wawrzewski, I believe, is Polish. Lazarenko, I don't know what that was. I don't know what the heritage
100.
behind it is. But it's great having different names and different backgrounds because darts is a global sport now.
180.
Ricky King's beginning to make a push. He saw David come out the traps quickly, average 100.2 for his first 2 legs. But Ricky is
100.
counter-punching and
Ricky requires
counter-punching well.
64.
And how bad could those misses on double top in the last leg cost Dave
Game
Wawrzewski?
start the
Because
fourth
that's a
leg. Ricky
14
Evans,
darter
Ricky
for Ricky King to level up at 2-2. Good Evans! This game is back level.
5th leg, it's Ricky to throw first. Game on. $48. $100.
I think you're right, Henry. That couple of misses at tops for 3-0 could be hugely costly for Wazzy.
60.
He did sense at the time when he was going for tops after the treble 20 was found that was a big shot in this match.
94.
When you get reeled in, the pressure resurfaces.
92.
Got to say, the pace and the tempo of this match, I think, really is suiting the pair, isn't it?
It has to. Most players like playing
100.
someone who's the same pace as they are. Quick players like quick players to play.
140.
More methodical players tend to need more thinking time when they're not throwing. Hence, they like slower paced players.
60. Ricky, you require 161.
This is an even 5th leg. That's an interesting route.
77. David,
That's
you
worked out
require
okay in the end.
147.
Wazzy could use something like this.
81. Ricky, you require 84.
Now, Wawrzewski missed a couple of darts at a double to open up a 3-0 lead in this match. And ever since then, it's been all about this man in your picture, Ricky King, who's going to get a dart at the ball to move on to the hill himself.
40.
But he spurns his chance
David
too.
requires 66.
And so Wawrzewski to finally get himself onto 3 legs in this match, to get another break and to
Game
give
shot in the
himself
fifth
the
leg,
darts
David
now
Wawrzewski.
to go on and win this encounter. Taken in the end, last dart in hand, Wawrzewski leads 3-2.
That's really impressive.
6th leg,
Maintaining a
it's David
90
to throw
average.
first. Game on.
But you've got to win the moment. He couldn't get the 3rd leg. But after being reeled in, he's bounced back.
100.
Easy for us to sit here and say that's experience. I don't think that's the case. I think that's just him digging deep and believing in himself
39.
and finding a great double for 66 checkout. That is one of the best checkouts I've seen this week.
And brinksmanship is one of those things you just
140.
cannot teach. You've got to have that within you. And now really
56.
beginning to motor away in this contest. King had a dart at the ball to lead this game 3-2. He missed that. Wawrzewski pinned the double 16 last dart in
123.
hand. And Wazzy has not looked back since.
134.
Well, we love a 138 here,
David
don't we? And there's only one way to
138.
go for it. That's 2 treble 19s, but he's not going to do that.
David obviously didn't get the memo or the invitation to that particular finish.
Well, he likes double 18 a lot.
74.
So why wouldn't you go 2 treble 17s for double 18 then?
105.
I
David
reckon we might
Maguire,
see him do
64.
that tomorrow if he's left on that, because he does like watching matches back, and he may want to watch this moment back if he can find double 8 for
Game shot
40
and the match,
data to
David
win the
Wawrzewski.
game. When he really was on fire. He started the game quickly, 100.2 for the first 2 legs. He then had to concede a couple. He had to evade a dart to go 3-2 down. But then once he got himself back on terms and back in front, he rallied home with a 14 dart leg. Wawrzewski beats Ricky King by 4 legs to 2. Good opening performance from him. Coming up next, it's Dan Nichols up against Darren Brown.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
required
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Dave Wawrzewski got the better of Ricky King by 4 legs to 2 in the second match of the session, average of in excess of 93, 50% on his doubles. Some really good stuff there from David. Our third match sees Darren Brown and Dan Nichols go toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage. For Dan, a second appearance for the 38-year-old from Tipton, plays in the same neck of the woods as Rhys Collian. Rhys has given me some intel on him earlier on this week. We'll diverge a bit more of that in just a second. Up against the 42-year-old from Norwich, Darren Brown, on his debut in this competition. It's the final match from the first round of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. We've seen a win for Carl Wilson, a win for Dave Wawrzewski. But what are we going to see in this particular match, Paul Nicholson, do you think?
First leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, this is an intriguing one because, you've got the very rangy Dan Nichols back on this stage.
40.
And the very dependable Darren Brown, who for our money really is the danger person in this group after a very good debut Group A campaign. I'm tipping that Darren makes Saturday through this group.
100.
And after speaking to James Hubbard this morning, he believes that Darren's going to go through the card today. He believes he'll win 5 out of 5.
61.
I'm going to go for Darren getting at least 3 wins today, but maybe having a better day tomorrow.
I think we both
42.
get the thought that he is going to be there or thereabouts if he's not going to be in the top 3. He has 14 points in Group A, which is a fairly high total for a player not to then
134.
progress through to Group B. A couple of drop results here and there probably came back to cost him in the end, but on debut has been mightily impressive.
180.
But Dan Nichols is a real power scorer. Once he gets going in that department, he becomes very hard to beat and very hard to catch.
81.
This really is the week of the quick player, isn't it? He gets on with it. He went for the old 139.
99. Darren, you acquired 90.
The nice way.
Darren may end up on the bull here. Will end up on the bull.
65.
He had 2 bulls yesterday, didn't he, on the back of the
40.
120 combo, but unable to find just the one there. And so Nichols
Game
pins
shot in the
tops
first leg. Dan
perfectly
Nichols.
in the middle of the bed, and a nigh on perfect first leg for him.
Second leg is Darren to throw first. Game on.
It's getting to the stage now, Henry, where we've got so many players who have played here from Tipton that we could actually have a
60.
specials week of players just from Tipton. Scott Baker, and you've got Dan Nichols and Jamie Hughes, and there are plenty more.
I suppose instead of having legs in this format, the guys from Tipton will probably have to win toes.
100.
Tiptoes?
It's really not good when you've got to explain your own jokes.
140.
Well, this is a real sharp start from Dan Nichols. Now, I was speaking to Reece Colley earlier on in the week, and he was saying about Dan that locally he's the type of player that can beat him, Jamie Hughes, and everybody else in and around that area hand down. And has given some
140.
droppings to players of that kind of calibre. And he could well be giving Darren Brown a taste of that particular medicine here. He's left 81 after 9 on the cusp of a 2-0 lead.
41. Dan Uquire 81.
Yeah, this is really impressive. What I really like about him
49.
is that he knew exactly what he was going to do with Dart 2 if he didn't get the treble 19 there. He didn't mess around. None of this standing back stuff and
64,
looking at the
Daniel
screen.
Guy,
He knows
32.
exactly what he needs to do. That's a
Game shot,
really
second
good leg.
Dan Nichols.
That is imposing.
This is really clinical. It was a 16 darter in the first, a 13
Third leg is
darter
Dan to throw
in the
first.
second.
Game on.
And his doubling has been imperious. If all of these facets of the game comes together and clicks together over the course of this campaign,
140.
then we may well be looking at the 7-1 that he was quoted with the bookies to win this group before a dart was thrown. Be made to look a little bit silly. And this is a player that we both thought was going to get tremendous joy in this group. And at this present
180.
moment in time, Dan Nichols has made him look, well, reduced to next to rubble.
100.
We were very impressed with the start of Wawrzewski in the previous game against Ricky King.
100.
But what happened after that? King got to 2-2. What is Darren Brown up to here?
140.
What a
Darren
game.
141.
It's not going to be a perfect leg. But it might be a leg that
58.
Darren loses.
Daniel 121.
And the way Dan Nichols is playing, you wouldn't put it past him. But he cannot find the treble 17 there. And so
97,
Darren Brown comes
Daniel
back for
Guire,
83. What a
83.
contest this has been so far. He's left himself 83 after 9, Darren, and he's going to have to take it out. And the failure to find the double
74,
9 means that
Daniel Guire,
Nichols is going to
24.
come back with Free at double 12, and he hasn't missed a dart at double yet.
Game
He's
shot
not
the third
missing
leg,
anything.
Dan
Back-to-back 13 darters from Dan Nichols to lead 3-0, averaging 107.36.
Fourth leg is
That's the
Darren to
equivalent
throw
of
first.
14
Game on.
darts per leg.
Yeah, and it also means that if you can find a 13 darter in this leg, he will have the
180.
best average of the week so far. But Darren Brown, he's hit 3 maximums
42.
in his last 5 visits. And he's 3-0 down.
And all he's had is odd pokes at something. Hold on. 2 legs in a row.
171.
Darren Brown has left himself on a 9-dart finish.
Now, this is the time where you go for it because you're miles in front. Go on,
93.
Darren. Have a crack.
150.
1. Oh, so close.
92.
If that went in, not just would the roof have come off this place, but the internet would have combusted.
Incredible.
125.
And the first dart in the bullseye was the
58.
perfect dart. Now, there's times to be sensible and times to be silly. That was the time to be a little bit silly
Game
because
shot
it
in
was
the
a
fourth
sensible
leg,
time.
Darren Brown.
That's a 12-darter. That's 3-1. And this Paul Nicholson is quite the
Fifth leg is
contest.
Dan to throw
I
first.
really wanted him
Game
to
on.
hit that. It was such a great first dart. It was begging to be hit again. It wasn't a bad second shot at the bullseye, but
41.
the entire darting world would have been holding their breath if he'd hit that second bull. That would have been up there as one of the best 9 darters ever.
44.
And now Dan Nichols is thinking, I'm only 3-1 up here. I am far from home and hosed.
60.
We have been waiting for a few weeks now for a real ding-dong like this. Tungsten jaw where both players are hitting the ton
140.
mark and are hitting the other hard.
It's almost a shame that these two guys can only play each other once today.
100. $83.
If you have just joined us, this is a poor leg because Darren Brown isn't on a 9.
60.
Yeah, that's actually a fair comment. Dan hasn't missed a dart at a double yet. So Darren's got to keep him away from a match-winning double, and he's hit another
89.
bullseye. How often is it that you hit 2 bullseyes in a game and none of them are to finish a leg?
81. Darren, you require 145.
Well, he's got 6 darts here from 145 to bring it back to 3-2 after the imperious start of Dan Nichols. And he hasn't really let up
45.
in terms of standard, but he's seen his opponent go up in terms of tempo. Dan will feel if he can find another treble
99.
here.
Darren, you require
which
100.
he's unable to, believes himself on 60. He'd be hopeful of an opportunity to win the match. But Brown's got a couple at tops. Double 10. Doesn't go.
92.
Nichols has the
Dan, you
chance to
require
put to bed an
60.
absolute thriller.
You're not wrong. It is tops. Double 10.
40. Darren,
Now
you
he's missed
require
2,
8.
and both of them were to win this match, which might be about to change.
Game shot in the 5th leg. Darren Brown.
Is the tide a turning in this contest? Dan Nichols raced into a 3-0 lead with legs of 16, 13 and 13. Darren Brown threatened the nigh on perfect 9 darter. And Dan Nichols, well, he was
Six
so
leg
in the
is down
zone
to
that
throw
he forgot
first.
that
Game on.
it was his opponent to throw first in leg 6. That's how eager he is to put right what happened in the previous leg.
I don't mind saying that every now and again. If you're so eager to play that you forget whether you've got the darts or not.
140.
It's a sign of playing well.
58.
But just imagine how things could change. If Nichols loses this game after being so good in the first 3 legs, his confidence will take a bit of a tumble.
43.
This is now hard work to get over the line in this very good game.
100.
And in a strange way, I say this all the time, but if he wins this game 4-2 or 4-3,
134.
Dan will feel better than if he'd won at 4-0. Because he's not only played well, he's been tested.
60.
And Darren here has got 6 starts and 184 to turn the tide around. Remember, he was 3-0 down in this match, and he could be on the cusp of taking it all the way with another bullseye. That's his 3rd he's had in the match.
134. Darren required 95.
He might need another one. Turns out he doesn't. Oh no. That leaves 31.
79.
So it is a match-winning chance, but it's very difficult. And now impossible.
Well, you have to give a lot of credit here to Darren Brown.
16.
He was hit by some haymakers in the opening 3 legs. But it is he who's hit back to level this match up at 3 apiece.
7th and final leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
It's pretty simple. This is a quick, brilliant game. And the key to success for Darren Brown is to get a bullseye on approach. Because he's had a bullseye
100.
in all of the last 3 legs that aren't to finish the leg.
Well, these two as well are putting the
97.
rest of the group on notice, aren't they, as to their levels of performances. Carlos has got the better victorious 4-0, but wasn't at his sparkling best. Dave Wawrzewski put in a really good performance against Ricky King. We thought this could be a good Group C. The early indications are that the standard that we're going to see this afternoon could be
100.
to nick a phrase of yours, mega.
I do like that word. Especially when it's followed by the word drive.
93.
It's not really a fashionable word at the minute, is it? Mega. Bring it back.
48.
Might have to get a mega cap.
$123.
Took a big chunk out of that to leave the 139 again. Here comes Brown.
140. Daniel got 139.
Surely he's not going to need a bullseye en route to the 116. He might not even get a look at it.
Because Nichols himself went for the bullseye but was unable to find. But what he is going to do is leave himself on double 12.
116.
He has missed a couple of match starts as Dan Nichols. Is Darren Brown going to get one here? He's going to have to find a way over a block treble 19. He was unable to do so, and Nichols will return. Looking at double 12 to finally put to bed this match. He'd led 3-0.
56.
He was in
Dan
cruise
required
control
24.
after a quick start, but he saw his opponent on a 9 in a couple of legs. Race back into this contest.
12.
And Nichols has blown another 3 opportunities. 5 to win this match. And now Darren Brown's got his opportunity to bring this match to a close. It's a blocked target. But it's a target that's found. And found incredibly. What a dart that was from Darren Brown. He threw some golden arrows, did Darren Brown. But he may have saved his best dart of that contest for last. Because that was a block bed. Having seen his opponent just miss 3 more to win the contest. And what a contest it was. Darren went 7 into the 9 in that match, going 3 bullseyes to try and complete the trick. He got one of them and then grazed the 25 of his second. But he has graced this stage with a 4-3 win in his opening Group C match against Dan Nichols. Coming up next, Victoria Stiliadu against Ricky King.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on Pluto TV, your dedicated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week darts channel. And on this Thursday afternoon, we've seen 3 matches come and go. Before the break, we saw Darren Brown get the better of Dan Nichols in a last leg decider 4-3. What a contest that was. And now we move into round 2 of the day, where Ricky King takes on Nicholls Stilianu. For Ricky, he lost out 4-2 today. Wawrzewski averaged 86.5 pretty much in that game. 2 out of 4 in his doubles. But he was up against David, who got off to a quick start, ended with a 14. What he did was very good.
First leg is Nicholls to throw first.
But you'd
Game
sense in
on.
this game, if Nicholls plays like he did in match 1, he should have more than enough for him.
Should is a very strong word in this sport.
60.
In fact, should is a very strong word in any sport.
41.
I think you'd be a very cruel individual to think that
41.
it's easy for Nicholls to come here and lose every game in Group A and potentially be the underdog to get a win in Group C.
57.
Based on the levels that we've seen from him, he has improved as the days have gone by. But things don't get any easier when you go from Group A to Group C.
46.
I think there's a lot about Nicholls you've got to commend. I think he knew how difficult the task was going
59.
to be. He was under no illusions that it was going to be tough at times this week. And it has been tough at times this week for Nicholls. But his attitude, his application, he's always had a smile on his face. He's not let things get him down. Where it could so easily be a case of
86.
when you get him beaten heavily, game in, game out. That can have a wear and a toll. But he's managed to keep that smile on his face. Interestingly, I got to the building
84.
quite early this morning. And there's this nice taxi which is drawn up outside the front of the venue. Out comes Nicholls like a Premier League footballer about to arrive for a 3 o'clock
59.
kickoff at Selhurst Park. Certainly enjoying his experience here in Portsmouth this week. And the players have also been supportive of him. Obviously on the board, just like that. They want to get rid of him as quickly as possible, but they've tried to make him feel settled and be a part of this whole experience.
99. Ricky, you require 80.
Can he take the initial break? Tops.
60.
Just
Hector, you
short.
require 110.
Well, legs at times was hard to come by for Ictorus in Group A. And he's not going to find his first ton topper
58.
of
Ricky,
the
you
week
require
here. So
20.
Ricky King will come back looking at double 10 to take the opening leg.
Game shot
Very
the
well
first
found,
leg,
because if
Ricky
he
King.
was outside that double 10 and closer than the first start, I don't think he hits that double 10 because of the
Second
way his
leg
darts
is Ricky
fly.
to throw first. Game on.
Now, this is fascinating, isn't it? Because you mentioned Ictorus getting out of the cab this
180.
morning. Darts is very humble. It's a very strong word in sport right now.
30.
But the fact is, dart players turn up in what they're wearing now. They're not like NFL players. They're not like baseballers. They're not like
100.
Premier League footballers. They turn up in what they're about to play in. And that's the thing about the NFL, isn't it? You get people turning up 2-3 hours before
60.
the first kick. And they've got a fashion show to go through before they even get to the dressing room.
140.
Everybody's casting their opinions on their bag and their hat and their coat. That's why I like TJ Watt from the
95.
Steelers.
Ricky, you
He
require
turns up
81.
in a pair of jeans and a hoodie, and then he goes on the field and batters people. And that
Game
leg has
shot
been
the second
battered by
leg,
Ricky.
Ricky King.
12 darter, best of his day, and he said hello to the quality once again.
Third leg
Well, the
is
Hansi
Ictorus
Flick,
to
the
throw
Barcelona
first. Game
manager, has
on.
actually banned that practice. So whenever they're at home or away, they have to turn up in their club tracksuits.
I like that idea. That's team togetherness.
60.
It's not an individual effort.
Well, I remember when I worked at a non-league football club, and every single home
60.
game, whoever you were, you had to be in a suit, blazer, and tie. Every single home game, and away from home, it would be either blazer or tracksuit.
Old school.
140.
Not necessarily a bad thing. And what about Eric Ten Hag? He banned players from wearing socks and sliders, didn't he?
100.
That was just a brilliant decision, because anybody who rocks that look, have a word with yourself. You look silly.
41.
Yeah, I've heard of certain darting institutions where such practices are banned.
100.
It's actually barred.
Do
85.
you want to know my opinion on the matter?
Go on.
I think we nailed it a few years ago
123.
when there was a somewhat strict regime of dark trousers, dark shoes. I'm all for individuality. And there will be cases like Peter
59.
Wright
Ricky,
and
you
some
require
others.
118.
But I think some people take it a bit far. They try and push the line a little bit too much. Ouch. Now, if he does miss the 20 segment, he does tend to veer right.
20.
But
Ictorus,
some
you
would
require
argue, what's wrong
116.
with a shirt, tie, and sunglasses?
Nothing.
$46.
King
Ricky, you
here
require 98.
To open up a 3-0 lead, to get the double break, and to inflict further pain upon
Game
Ictorus.
shot,
That's the
third
clinical
leg,
kill of the
Ricky
98.
King.
Ricky King is playing his own game, going at his own pace, and it has just been too much at this present moment in
Fourth leg
time
is Ricky to
for
throw
Ictorus
first. Game on.
Stylianou.
Just one more thing on that debate. When people turn up and they look
100.
tidy, you mentioned it earlier on today. Look good, feel good, play good. That's why I admire
60.
Ictorus Stylianou today, because he looks great. He looks sharp. Where's something that makes you feel confident?
60.
Well, I'm going to give you an example here of someone who I genuinely like. I love Kirk Shepherd to pieces. And that run he had at the 2008 World Championship was unbelievable.
26.
But he turned up to that final with a dart shirt that wasn't even ironed. I can't get behind that at all. Biggest game of your life and you can't even iron a
57.
shirt. You wouldn't believe how many dart players don't iron their own shirt. One time Robert Thornton asked me to iron his shirt for him and I iron went straight through the shirt. He didn't have another one. That was my bad.
135.
Well, there's some creases here that Victorious needs to iron out
140.
throughout the course of the rest of the day. Ricky King is comfortably en route to a 4-0 win in this match. I just wonder as well whether the taller Group A is just beginning
60.
to hit
Ricky,
Victorious a little bit.
144.
Maybe it is. He has run into an absolute thoroughbred at this level
96.
here in match number 4. He's picking Victorious apart. 2 maximums, 2 140 plus scores, a nice chunk of tons, 50% on the doubles, a 91 plus average.
100.
This is an
Ricky Uguay,
international
48.
style performance.
For a player who has represented his country and represented
shot
it with
and the
distinction.
match, Ricky
And that's a
King.
performance of distinction from Ricky King. He gets the better Victorious Stiliadu by 4-0, averaging in excess of 91. The doubling decent as well. For Victorious, well, it's been a disastrous start to the day for the Cypriot. But for King, well, he's on the board. A 4-0 win for him. Coming up next, Darren Brown takes on Carl Wilson. One of these two will be on 4 points. Welcome back to the resplendent Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. It's the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV on this Thursday afternoon. Before the break, we saw a 4-0 victory for Ricky King against Hector Stilianu. Next up for us, we're going to be watching Darren Brown and Carl Wilson in action on the fabled church stage. And for these two, well, Darren Brown started off like a god, didn't he? Against Gok. Both won their opening matches of the day. Darren averaged 92.58, was 4 for 12 on his doubles, even threatened that 9-darter with the 3 balls in that game against Dan Nichols. For Carl, well, he beat Hector Stilianu 4-0. There was glimpses of good stuff, but it felt like the struggles that Hectorus was having in that match kind of spilt over a little bit into his performance. So it will be interesting to see how he'll react against Darren,
100.
who I'd say started like he finished off his Group A campaign, but there were signs that actually he was getting better.
Absolutely right.
100.
Well, the problem he's facing at the minute is that if he wants to be in the top 2 after 2 days of this group,
60.
he can maybe find one weak link. The rest of the players have all shown that they've got in their locker something that can carry them through to the top 2.
41.
I think that was the most impressive win of his week.
57.
He's had some good wins this week, Darren. But to be 3-0 down and to find the darts that he found in those last 4 legs, I think it tells you everything you need to know.
60.
This is the first time we've seen Darren Brown here. I get the feeling it's not going to be the last. But this is the thing. Darren and Carl are a perfect example as to how places now in the main
116.
competition are so hard to come by, because they're 2 players that have come through their respective ADC qualifiers, taken to this stage, acquitted themselves well, and then ask the nagging
135.
questions of the selectors.
Dart players don't come to the Super Series every week
140.
and earn a wage that way. They
Can't
might get
require
1
85.
chance, 2 or possibly 3 a year. Bullseye.
38.
A
Darren,
chance
you
for
require
Brown
28.
to start this game better than his previous one.
Double 14.
Game
It's
shot in the first
another
leg,
nice
Darren
deflection
Brown.
off the barrel and in for Darren Brown. It's been a few times this week that he's been helped by a kind ricochet, and
Second
that's
leg is Carl to
another
throw
example of
first.
which
Game on.
to take the opening leg against Carl Wilson.
What you've also got to take into consideration with players at this level is
100.
actually what they do for a living. Can you imagine if you've got a really difficult job that involves a lot of heavy lifting? That's not conducive to good play in
86.
darts. I've spoken to Trina Gulliver at points, and she is a trained carpenter, I think.
She's definitely in the trade.
Yeah. So she does
60.
a lot of heavy lifting of wood and tools and things like that. Can you imagine how that affects your muscles day in, day out? Now, if you're a scaffolder like Alex Roy
140.
was, and probably still is, you would not believe how strong Alex was. He was built like a UFC fighter. But he had to throw something that was 20 grams
137.
very, very accurately. Striking the balance between work and doing this is not easy.
Well, Carl is
130.
in the trade. He was actually saying to me earlier on this morning that he spends half of his life up in the air because he is a roofer. That's his trade.
140. Darren, you got
So is Wayne Warren.
145.
That's why he's always got such a resplendent tan. The 2020 BDO World Champion.
104. Carl, you require 64.
And somebody whose achievement that week should never ever be forgotten despite everything else that was surrounded alongside it. But less of the politics and more of the
Game shot in
hits.
Second leg, Carl Wilson.
And more of the big hits from Carl Wilson, 1-1.
Third leg, it's Darren to throw first.
Yeah, the week
Game
of his
on.
life at the Indigo. It's crazy to think that that's 5 years ago now since he won that World Championship title.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
58.
I was privileged to be at both World Championships at the turn of this decade, and they were both brilliant stories for Peter Wright and Wayne Warren.
100.
It was a tiring time for the sport because it was incessant. World Seniors hadn't even started
58.
then. But we were about to go behind closed doors, weren't we? And that's where this started. We are approaching the 5-year anniversary of this project beginning.
97.
And look how far it's come.
Sure, there'll be plenty of content around the
123.
Pluto TV channel in regards to that. Amazing to think that Chris Mason was in his box room. You were in your office. We had Jared Cole in his
100.
conservatory, Keenan Kay in his bedroom, Martin Adams in a spare room,
Scott Marsh in his garage.
Scott Mitchell on the farm. The only disappointment about that
38.
was there was at one point I was hoping during that project that maybe a hen would just sneak in whilst he was throwing.
Oh, nothing was as good as when Fallon was on the screen. She would get so much in the way of
60.
interruptions. It was hilarious in the end. She's been interrupted by the postman, the dog, her son.
100. Cardiac 144.
Those days, you just can't forget them. They were unbelievable.
Well, that's not going to be an unbelievable finish for Carl Wilson. But Darren Brown,
128.
Looking for
Cardiac
124. well, this would be unbelievable from Brown. But it's not to be on this occasion. So Wilson looking for the break, and he's looking at double 8 to do exactly that.
44. Cardiac
And this is a double. He
16.
should really leave a lot. Because he
Getting
keeps
started
hitting
the
it.
third leg, Carl Wilson.
The way his darts sit in the board, even if he misses it left, he can use it as a marker. And you've got to recognise that if you're going to be a
Fourth
better
leg is
dart
Carl to
player.
throw first.
What doubles work for
Game
me?
on.
Well, for Wilson, the double 8 worked there. He leads 2-1. He has a break in his hand, looking for 2 wins from 2 to kick off his campaign. The winner of this match will
136.
temporarily go top of the group with 4 points to their name. Dave Wawrzewski takes on Dan Nichols in the final match of the second round of fixtures on this
57.
Thursday afternoon. The first of a double session day we have here at the Super Series. We will be back tonight from 10 o'clock to see the culmination, or the beginning, shall I say, of Group B,
85.
where we'll see the likes of Jamie Owens, Mark McGeaney, Reece Robinson, the human highlight reel, Mr. Must See, you can't miss him. And then we'll see Reece Colley and Ted
60.
Evans back in action. That could be quite the session later on tonight.
I think that's a great tagline for Reece Robinson, by the way. He's Mr. Must See. You can't miss him.
96.
It's perfect.
It's like, on those vans, the trade companies and that, and they'll have a line and they'll have a
140.
nice little funny tagline underneath it. It's got that ring to it.
Yeah. He doesn't need any more nicknames, that's for sure.
Otherwise known as a slogan.
100.
But Wilson here is just beginning to make a move in this game. He's brought his average up to just underneath the 97 mark. Darren has been kind of pit-patting around mid-80s range, finds a
84.
max there, and suddenly this leg could be open for interpretation.
4 maxis for the day for Darren. But he might still be 3-1 down.
59.
He's getting closer to that ball.
64.
Now, is this game for Darren treading in a similar path to his previous one, where he found himself behind, had to dodge bullets of an inspired opponent,
32.
but in that match
Can't
against
you
Dan
require
Nichols, he
25?
took those opportunities, those odd darts here and there at double.
Oh, look, it's double 8 again.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
And the
Carl
way he's
Wilson.
taking it out, it looks like he's been watching a Johnny Clayton coaching video.
Fifth leg is Darren to throw first.
And much like the
Game
Ferret,
on.
he's in winning form because he did win Winmore Championship Tour number 2 at Bradmore Farm very recently.
100.
That was on the 8th of February. As we see a 5th maximum of the day for Darren Brown. They're both at it.
135.
Yeah, Carl won 8 games
97.
to win that tournament, which is actually one more than you need to win a Players' Championship event in the PDC. You have to go through the last 256, and he beat Carl Deacon at that point. Then he went through Joe Russell. Adam Mould in the last 64. We've seen Adam here recently. He went through Kurt Parry in the last 32, and he's already in Saturday night, so there's a narrative there. Thomas Banks, who's won a week here. Bradley Coltman, who's played here. Michael Huntley, who won at the seniors last night. And Johnny Haynes in the final by 5 legs to 4. 1, 2, 4.
108.
And he'll have to wait for his second leg.
$96. Darren, you require 16.
That's a great marker.
12.
This could be the end.
Carl, you require
Is this Carl
126.
Wilson saying, I'm the man to beat? Not just yet.
58.
Well, this is
Darren,
where the
you
angle of
require
attack
4.
might not help Darren. This is what we're talking about.
2.
He had to go for that third
Carl, you
dart.
require 68.
Had to be a positive shot at it. And because he missed, Wilson will surely get a match dart.
He's going to get one in his hand, a double top.
48.
Opportunities
Darren,
come
you
and gone,
require
but
2.
Darren Brown finds himself in the madhouse. But can he fire his way back into the match? Yes
Game
is the
shot,
answer.
fifth
Second
leg,
dart in
Darren
hand.
Brown.
Back to 3-2, but Wilson does have the insurance policy of serving the match out here.
6th leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
Did we see last year that ADC Winmore Championship Tour really start to become a bit more important
80.
because of the finals that took place, not just for the women, but for the men this time under this roof, which was obviously won by Andy Bolton.
Who cannot defend that title this year. Well, you have a look at the players that won tournaments in that series last year. Andy Bolton, Bradley Brooks, Gary Stowe, Joe Croft, Thomas Banks, Darrell Pilgrim.
180.
Big names. They're just some of the winners of those events. In Europe, those events were taken more seriously as well. Marvin van Velzen winning their marquee Benelux Open event. There's certainly a shift where the players are taking the ADT circuit, whether in the UK or Europe, perhaps more seriously than it was in previous times.
And you've just mentioned a lot of tour card holders.
140.
People who have vaulted their way from ADC or ADC Europe into the PDC realm.
Well, 5 of the 8 grand finalists at the recent Global
99.
Championship have gone on to get tour
101.
cards, including 3 of the final 4. Carl Wilson looking at 101 to win the match and claim a 4-2 win. Double 19 would have given him a dart at double 12. And so
49.
Darren is going to
Darren,
have
you've got
to wheel out a bit of
167.
magic here. But he's not going to find the 167. Wilson's going to get more chances to win.
91.
He's already
Ryan,
had
you require
one.
52.
Miss this one and things could get very sticky. It's only one shot.
20. Darren, you require 76.
He was definitely put off by the miss 20.
But that is a cardinal sin for Darren Brown. It's what they call a wide in
36.
cricket.
Carl, you require 32.
But this could be the moment where Carl Wilson finally gets this game wrapped up. Double 16.
Game shot.
And it is
the
game
match.
over.
Carl Wilson.
And Carl Wilson eventually gets the better of Darren Brown by 4 legs to 2. There was some quality in there. There's also a little bit of edgy stuff towards the line. But Wilson sealing a 4-2 success moves him to the top of this embryonic Group C table. That's how he did so. Darren missing 11 darts at a double. Carl Wilson just more efficient on the outer ring. Coming up after the break, Dave Wawrzewski takes on Dan Nichols. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Carl Wilson got the better of Darren Brown by 4 legs to 2, averaging just underneath the 90 mark in that contest. It's been a decent day so far in this Group C for Dan Nichols. He put in a performance in excess of 90, but he lost out in the last leg decider against Darren Brown. That was despite leading that particular contest by 3 legs to 0. And at that point,
First leg,
he had an
it's
average of
David to throw first. Game on.
107.36. But that is how hard Group C can be here at the Super Series. Then he takes on David Wawrzewski, who himself has already piled in a decent performance, an average
55.
of 93.07. Kicked off with his opening 2 legs being completed in 30 darts. That was an average of 100.2.
140.
And if these two really do get at it here, we could be in for quite the contest.
Yeah, give it the old Mills lane.
60.
Let's get it on. I meant in the boxing sense, not in the celebrity deathmatch stakes. You're probably too young for that as well.
140.
Ah, the early MTV days. They really were the days.
Was that back when MTV actually showed music?
81.
50-50. It was 50% music, 50% a mix of celebrity deathmatch and Beavis and Butthead.
123.
I do remember Cribs back in 2005.
I think it dates back a little bit further than that.
100.
That's something we could do.
98.
Dart players' cribs wouldn't be as palatial as, say, Allen Iverson from the 76ers or anything like that. You wouldn't be seeing
58.
vintage Mustangs outside on people's driveways, but it would give you a bit of a perspective as to what it's like at this level of darts.
Well, you can't have that. It's a
100.
series called On the Hockey, which you can watch elsewhere here on Pluto TV once the live darts are done. Nichols going to get the first leg done, looking for the break. Now, he's 3 for 3 on his doubles in the
David
opening
Ducroix,
game, up until he had an
105.
opportunity to win the match. And it looks like his radar on the outer ring is just beginning to be knocked off course. Treble 18 would have left in the ball following the straight dart into single 1. And so Nichols is going to come back 3 more
40.
tops for the break.
20.
Oh no.
David, you require 32.
Handing chances to Wazzy is not a thing you can do.
Game shot in the first leg. David
And there you have it.
Wawrzewski.
He was 50% on his doubles in his opening match against Ricky King, and he's taken the first opportunity.
Second leg,
He's
it's
had
Dan
to
to
win
throw
that leg.
first.
It was
Game
on
on.
throw. It'll feel like a break for Wazzy, but Dan Nichols there missing 6 darts at the outer ring to get the break.
40.
Do you remember that old beer commercial for something that is famous for being in a bottle?
92.
And then somebody would ring the bell and say, "What you doing?" And you go, "Was there?" Well, that could be the crowd chant.
60.
If Wazzy makes Saturday night, you've got to say, "Wazzy!"
There's a famous story that Roy Keane rang up Robbie Savage to try and sign him for
100.
Sunderland. And it went to, I mean, how that was going to work in the first place, I don't know. But it went to voicemail, and Robbie Savage's
60.
voicemail was that particular commercial. And Roy Keane's response was, to paraphrase him, "I am not signing that."
Is that a true story?
100% true.
83.
Well, back in the day, it was somewhat fashionable to have a voicemail greeting
99.
of that kind of thing. Something that was either from a famous commercial or from a program that you liked.
Ah, the noughties, when
28.
times were simpler.
No, you got to go back a little bit further than that. Before mobile phones. That's when things were simple.
83.
Nichols there with the straight into the trouble. Not much he could do about the fact that he's left himself on a bogey, but it's given Wawrzewski 6 198 to open up a 2-0 lead in this
134.
contest, and a couple of troubles there, leaves himself on 64.
59.
I just wonder
David,
if that
you require
first game's had a
64.
bit of an effect on Dan. He is human. I wouldn't be surprised.
Game
but he's
shot in the
2-0
second
down.
leg. David Wawrzewski.
And Wawrzewski today is really good on the outer ring.
He's really switched it on, hasn't he? Well, we mentioned in the
Third leg,
opening
it's
game
David
that he
to throw
played
first.
today that
Game on.
a fresh group, a 0-point mentality may just bring him back into life. And I think he's the type of player that plays his best when there's a bit
41.
of jeopardy. In Group A, you know that you've got that safety net of playing in Group C or Group B late on in the week. The poor start on Monday didn't help, but he had that bit of
57.
leeway on Tuesday and Wednesday. Whereas now, he knows if he doesn't do the business here, he's heading for home.
Yeah, you're talking in a
83.
figurative sense, but there are applications in life where you can literally take away the safety net.
140.
Imagine if you're in the circus doing the old trapeze thing. They do all of the practice with the safety net, but when they nail it, they take the safety net away. And why do they pull it off? Because they're so switched on because of the jeopardy and the adrenaline that's kicked in that it makes you do
83.
everything sharper. But you've got to be able to harness that adrenaline. And with Wazzy in his late 40s, he's already been through this before.
80.
Well, Maxi there for Wawrzewski has once again wrestled a leg on his darts back in
81.
his
David, you've got
favour.
116.
116 for free zip. It's not to be. So he's had a couple of misstrays into that single one when looking at combos.
41. Dan,
It's
you've
an
got 140.
okay lead from that point. He would have expected better, but it's not the worst finish in the world.
64.
Yeah, good thinking
David,
from
you've got
Nichols there.
75.
I like his thought process. Tops.
55.
Missed
Dan, you've
chance
got
for 3-0.
76.
Tops this time for Dan.
36.
And he goes the other side.
David, you require 20.
Double 10 for free zip.
Game shot in the third leg.
He is
David
so
Wawrzewski.
efficient when it comes to his finishing. Dave Wawrzewski, 3 from 5 in this match, 4 from 8 in his previous.
Fourth leg is Dan.
And
to
he
throw
just looks
first.
like he's in a
Game
zone
on.
right now. He had that day yesterday where he was wearing the 5 different shirts and he was having a little bit of fun here and there, but he looks tuned in,
140.
locked into proceedings here on Thursday. But for Dan, he'd be hoping for a reversal of what happened in his
100.
opening match where he was 3-0 up and lost. He's now looking to come back from 3-0 behind and win.
It's going to be difficult,
140.
but darts like that might help. It's the 20th of February today. It's the birthday of Daniel Astbury.
60.
Someone who has won a Group A here before from Shropshire. I hope Dan's having a good day. And also Bradley Brooks is celebrating his birthday today, so happy birthday to Brad. I can imagine the cards he's getting in the mail today. Have a bam bam birthday, Bradley Brooks. There's a lot of B's in there.
140. Daniel Quire, 81.
Well, in his first match, Dan Nichols got off at the B of the bang, but it's been a slower start here.
69.
And he has got time to at least give himself a foothold in this contest.
100. Daniel Quire, 12.
Double six. To pick it back to 3-1.
No score.
Chances have come and gone, and this could be the game here and now.
101.
He's had 12 darts at a double and hasn't hit any, but a lot of them have been on the wire. Chance to win right in front of him. And
Game
win he
shot
does.
And the match, David Wawrzewski.
There wasn't a great deal between those two, quite frankly. And Dan Nichols is probably going to go back to the practice room thinking, well, how on earth have I just lost 4-0? I had twice as many darts at double as David Wawrzewski, but he was able to hit some, whereas Dan couldn't. Simple as that. The 101 checkout at the end was the best of the match, and Wawrzewski goes on to 4 points. When we come back, we'll have a little look at the table as it stands. But, as for now, we'll take a break, and our next match is going to be Stiliano looking for his first one of the week up against Brown.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're 2 rounds down on this Thursday afternoon. Group C has got underway, and it's been a good start to Group C for David Wawrzewski. 2 wins from 2 for both him and Carl Wilson means that they are in control of proceedings. It's fairly uniformed at this early stage. King and Brown both on 2. Nichols and Stylianu yet to get off the mark. And we're going to see Ektoris and Darren go head-to-head here for the 4th time this week. And not to be too harsh on Nicholls, but I don't need to glance down too much at my notes to tell you that Darren Brown has won each of the 3 meetings between the pair this week. For Nicholls, the Trojan, this is all about him gaining experience here. But before we get this game underway, I want to wish a very happy anniversary to Nicholls and his partner celebrating their 10th anniversary today. And so I'm sure once the darts is completed this evening,
leg is Nicholls to throw first.
there will be
Game on.
a nice restaurant reservation made somewhere in Portsmouth.
Oh, he's all heart, isn't he, Ektoris? What are we going to do for our anniversary? It's a 10th
28.
anniversary. Do you want to go to Portsmouth? Yeah, all right.
Definitely testing the strings of the
43.
relationship with that particular trip.
Are there any decent Greek restaurants in Portsmouth?
There is actually one, yeah. There's a really, really nice one.
Just one.
There's another one that's okay.
58.
But there's a really, really nice one.
Now everybody is on their smart device thinking which is the good one and which is the okay one.
Anyway, Darren Brown will feel like if he plays like he
58.
can, he may have this match on the plate against Nicholls.
He might not even like Greek food. He might want to go to a chain restaurant and, I don't know, get some chicken and chips.
83.
What he wants is a win today. Sooner rather than later.
100.
But it's going to be difficult because everybody in this group has shown a great deal of form, even in the early stages.
66.
Now, you can tell that Stylianu has suffered with dartitis in the past, based on his action, because what he's got, when he draws the dart back, he has a forward motion, then a little pause before he throws it.
100.
That is a classic symptom of someone who's had dartitis in the past.
It's an interesting story as well, how he's come back, because he actually had the dartitis and then decided to quit the sport,
96.
decided to
Down you
walk
go,
away
120.
up until the age of 23 and then decided to persevere from here. He may go bull again like he did yesterday. That's exactly what happened there. There was a game yesterday where it was actually the other side,
96.
where the dart went
Victoria
underneath the triple
170.
bed, decided not to persevere and go for a couple of bullseyes. Oh, go on, Nicholls. That would have been his
105.
highlight moment
Darren
of the
required
week
24.
if that went. 2 12s for Darren Brown. Look at a double 6. And looking
Game
good.
start the first
One the
leg,
up,
Darren
breaking
Brown.
hands.
Second leg is Darren to throw first. Game on.
The opponents of Stylianu are not going to show any sympathy here.
99.
It's not what dart players are like. But he said it's his 10th wedding anniversary today. It's actually the 20th anniversary
95.
of Martin Adams winning the Scottish Open, beating Gary Anderson in the final. Now,
123.
without looking at my tablet screen here, Henry, give me an idea of what you think Martin averaged in that final.
I reckon it's in excess of it. I'm going to go 104.
Stick 10 on it.
55.
Ooh.
114. Exactly.
I'll be en route to him making a
59.
World Masters final that year. They're winning the Lakeside the year after. He's going to be in action at the Circus Tavern during the World Seniors Championship.
$100.
And of course, a busy day elsewhere yesterday, aside from the Super
60.
Series. Obviously, the seniors got underway, but there was also Euro Tour qualifiers, which took place yesterday. And I tell you what is really good to see, Nico, is a large amount of the cohort that have got tour cards that played here last
60,
year are
Darren
having
Uquire,
instant
160.
success on the circuit.
Yeah, it's really good to see, isn't it? Instant progress. And if you don't make European Tour
100.
events, losing your card is quite likely. Just ask Scott Mitchell.
Ironically, he's only played in one Euro Tour event, and that was back when there was associate member
95,
qualifiers.
Darren Uquire, 60.
Yeah, I think the less said about going to Hungary, the best for Scott Mitchell. As Darren goes for tops and a 2-0 lead.
40. Ektoris Uquire, 96.
Well, he's been legless so far today as Ektoris. Looking for 96 to level up on one apiece.
Yeah, he's going for tops and double 18.
56. Darren Uquire, 20.
It's not quite there, but this might be. 2 5s.
15.
That was never
Ektoris
there.
Uquire, 40.
And so Styrianu is looking at tops to level up at one apiece. It'd be the first leg that he's got on the board on this Thursday afternoon. When he's had opportunities at a double, he's actually been fairly efficient.
20.
But is unable to find a
Darren
leg
Uquire,
winning
5.
shot there. And so Brown for 2-zip.
2-zip it
Game
is
shot,
on
the
double
second
2.
leg, Darren Brown.
You know the reason I brought up that Martin Adams average when he won the Scottish Open
Third
20
leg
years
is
ago?
Ektoris to throw
It's
first.
actually his
Game
highest
on.
ever recorded average. Higher than here. Higher than the time he beat Steve Coote 5-0
24.
in a group game at the 2007 Zyderdown Masters, where he averaged 110.49.
45.
And you do wonder with some players what their ceiling has been and what their ceiling is now. We know, ceiling-wise, the best player this week is Kurt Parry.
100.
Now it's a question of whether anybody can stop him come Saturday.
And I think we both have a feeling that, yes, Darren has been brilliant this week, but we still think there's still another level in the locker, don't we?
Well, there is. You look at the last 4 legs when he played against Dan Nichols. It's in there.
125.
It's just putting that spell in to record the numbers that he thinks he can do. I know there are people out there who are obsessed with averages. And I mean truly
60.
obsessed. But when you play games like this, they really don't matter at all. It's all about getting the 4 legs, the win, and you move on and you do it again.
60.
Well, 6 darts from here for Darren Brown to open up a 3-love lead in this game.
41.
Well, at least it should have been. It's gone the other way now.
Yeah, that was a lackluster dart, unfortunately, for Darren. If you think I'm being slightly unfair by calling it lackluster, he'll be calling it something worse in his own head.
42.
I have a feeling Ektoris is not going to go for 3 bullseyes here.
99. Ektoris Uquire, 150.
It'll be funny if he does and he hits it. I think he's more concerned with trying to get legs instead of getting a moment.
Well, he said that he's playing for
95,
more than
Darren
himself. He's
Uquire,
representing
76.
his country at the same time. And he wants to give a good display of himself. He wants to give a good display of Cyprus. And he wants to use this as a learning tool, not just for him,
56.
but for
Ektoris Uquire,
all
55.
Cypriot players. And he hopes that because he's here, because Andreas was here, that the standing in Cyprus can improve because of the experiences they're getting here. And I think it's fair to say as well, when you got players like Ektoris, we're looking at a bigger goal than what he's doing right here, right now.
35. Darren Uquire, 20.
We'll divulge more into that in the next leg. Brown double 10.
Game shot
Lovely.
the third leg. Darren
Nice
Brown.
and high on that double 10. And a 3-0 lead. He looks a bit unsure
Fourth leg is Darren to throw
as
first.
to how well
Game
he's
on.
playing. Well, it's not great. But don't cast dispersions at yourself
58.
when you're 3-0 up. Don't look at the glass half empty.
And there is a finer point to Nicholls being here, and it's important actually we have players like Nicholls here, because if we want to call ourselves a truly international tournament,
100.
you need to invite players from all across the world. And it may be that certain territories, the standard isn't quite what we tend to use to in the United Kingdom. But how do you
83.
make these territories better if you don't give them the opportunity? Look at the World Championship, for example, when they introduced the prelim round in 2008. There was a game in 2009, in that prelim round, that,
36.
let's call it poor.
I know the game you're talking about.
The one where Sky had to cut to an advert break in the middle of a leg.
Yeah, Akihiro Nagakawa and my mate
40.
Frenchie. We call him Frog. We're in French.
51, wasn't it, the average, or something along them lines?
No, the averages weren't great. It wasn't a good match, but it was a case of them both dragging each other
57.
down. And when Frog played in the next round, he played so much more like he can't. Warren's a great player.
But my point is this, sometimes you have to go through that little bit of pain to give them the
60.
learning experience to then make them better. Because then you look, then Devon Peterson, of course, came through a prelim. He got to the last 16. Then they decided to extend the prelim out. And now look at the quality of international
60.
qualifiers we have at the World Championship these days. And it's a similar feed of system here.
Yeah, we'll get into that a little bit more when we talk after game 5 later.
80.
Because another country is going to be represented next week for the first time. And believe me, he's a guy you're going to want to watch.
84.
I just wonder if we're going to get... And before anybody thinks anything, it's not Rashad Sweeting. But I really want to get him here.
Oh,
He was
100.
fabulous.
Victoria Yukai, 164.
country number 39 will be represented at the Super Series come Monday morning.
Just ran out of room in that treble 19.
96. Darren Yukai,
And Brown has got a
80.
chance to finish this. Street Fighter style. Finish him!
And it
Game
is
start,
finished off.
And, the match,
And it's
Darren
finished
Brown.
off on tops. And for Darren Brown, he picks up his second win of the day. A nice little embrace between him and Nicholls, who have shared a practice room now for the last 4 days. He's a real nice guy, is Nicholls, though I think he's just spilt some water down the back of Darren Brown's back. So maybe he's not that kind after all. But Darren Brown with a 4-0 win against Nicholls, needing to cool him down after a red-hot performance. Coming up next, Ricky King and Dan Nichols.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
required
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes
1.
can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George, you require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Darren Brown beat Hector Stilianu by 4-0. We now head into the middle match of our session, and it sees Dan Nichols and Ricky King go toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage. As far as Ricky is concerned, a win here put him onto 4 points. It means the top 4 players will be on that mark. As to Dan Nichols, he hasn't got a point to his name, but he must be scratching his head as to how and why, because so far today, he's posted average of 90.29 and a little bit of a shocker against Wawrzewski on the outer ring. 12 darts missed. But he led that opening match against Darren 3-0, averaging 107.36 before Darren reeled off 4 on the spin to deny him.
140.
If you'd said to Dan first thing this morning, after 2 games, you're going to have 20 darts at a double,
60.
he'd have been rubbing his hands saying, I'm going to have 4 points then. He's got 0.
This bit of the game hasn't been a problem
100.
at all. The scoring at times has been up there anybody else in this pool of players, but
93.
his finishing has been a cause for concern. Well, it wasn't at the beginning of the day. It was 3 out of 3 on his doubles against Darren.
68.
But ever since he went 3-0 up in that match, he hasn't hit a dart at an attempt at the outer ring ever since.
40.
Yeah, that's 17 straight misses at doubles. Needless to say, that can't continue.
60.
And wherever you turn, things don't get any easier.
81. Dan, you've got 133.
He's facing an England international right now.
93.
It's a nice thing to have under your name, isn't it? Your country and the word international after it.
139.
It does still carry
Dan, you've got
weight,
40.
even after decades of home nation events and things
Game
like
shot
that.
the first
But the
leg,
streak
Dan
has been
Nichols.
broken after 18 misses at double. He's finally back in the hit zone.
Second leg, it's Dan to
And
throw
finally on the
first.
board. Now,
Game
what
on.
a defeat here for Ricky King would do is mean that he loses pace with Wilson and Wawrzewski. Now, one of them are guaranteed to move on to
50.
6 points in the next game, the final match of the third round. He then take on Darren Brown. And so there is a possibility here for Ricky.
22.
If the next couple of games do not correspond, then his hopes of making it through, even at this early stage, could be hanging by the thinnest of all threads.
42. 39. 140.
You just don't see many slow players anymore, do you? They really get on with it these days, don't they?
96.
Put it this way, slow players are a bit more pronounced now because everybody gets on with a bit of a zip.
97.
I think we'd be quite fortunate this week with the pace of play. Even some of the 4-3s have taken
80.
about 10.5 to 11 minutes. And look what Ricky King's done to the board. He's given it a tattoo.
94.
He's like Zorro, this guy. He's given it a good scythe on the 20.
100. Dan, you require 78.
So Nichols looking for a 2-0 lead, looking at 78. Tops.
Game
In it
shot, the
goes,
second leg,
2-0
Dan Nichols.
to the man from Tipton. Got to a quick start in his game against Darren
Third
Brown,
leg
and
is
off to a
Ricky to
quick
throw
start here,
first.
but he's
Game
hoping to
on.
last the duration this time around.
123.
He's very pronounced, isn't he?
100.
And there he is, putting the ton in Tipton to start leg number 3. But look at the way he stands, very, very upright. And some people
100.
stand upright, but this guy, it's like he's trying to glue his head to the ceiling.
You could tell he spent time with Scott Baker,
55.
can't you, at that kind of pace?
Yeah, you're not wrong. Imagine those two guys going at it.
They could probably play a 4-3 in
140.
6 minutes flat.
Well, nobody seems to have got close to that fastest game
100.
record
Ricky, you require
over the last 18
138.
months, ever since Merckx set the record against Klassen. Double 12 for Ricky.
126.
Just misses out on his second 12 darter of the day. Anything that is 6 minutes and around that or
60.
possibly
Ricky, you
below
require
it,
12.
that is speedy.
Game shot in the
This
third
is
leg,
speedy as
Ricky
well.
King.
After 3 legs, 4 minutes 48. But the quickest game of the week,
Fourth leg is
6
Dan to
minutes
throw
and
first.
1
Game
second.
on.
And that was by Kurt Parry.
And that was mainly because he was averaging 107.36
48.
in that particular contest. I'm sure there's 1 or 2 players of which it
57.
may take that time to complete a leg.
$100.
But we're certainly not pressing the snooze
123.
button on this Thursday afternoon on Pluto TV. We're with you up until 6 o'clock, and then we'll be back from 10 to see
85.
the beginning of Group B. And it looks like this is going to be a real quick fire Group C here. We're already at the middle match of the session,
99.
and we're halfway through the middle match of the session. The play has been quick, the play has been good,
92.
and it has to be said, Nico, one of the more enjoyable Group C afternoon session days.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I love a good pacey afternoon where you see little smatterings
29.
of quality. It's just a shame we didn't get that historic 9 darter from Darren Brown. That would have
134.
made the series if he'd hit that.
Made the year. Probably would have been the most watched moment of the year. And we're
60.
only,
Dan,
what,
you
the
require
20th of
42.
February? It's a free one. 6 for double 18.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Nichols
Dan
is on the hill,
Nichols.
but unlike his previous game against Darren Brown, he wants to finish the job off here. He was 3-0 up in
Fifth
that
leg is
contest.
Ricky
He's
to
3-1
throw
up here.
first. Game
But
on.
King does have the darts to bring it back to 3-2.
Well, this is a very different game to the one he had against Darren Brown, though.
58.
He's played really well to get to 3, but it hasn't been plain sailing.
140.
In fact, with Mervyn King playing at the World Seniors, you've actually got 2 players called King playing at the same
93.
time in 2 different tournaments.
And believe it or not, King is actually a term in darts.
85.
It's when a dart actually leans to a certain side. And it happens for this particular King. His darts kink
80.
to the left, and that's one of the reasons why that's just happened.
Well, Ricky will be hoping to be the king of the church come the end of Saturday night. He'll be hoping that the live lounge is his castle.
140.
He's not doing much wrong here, Dan. This is a really good display, averaging 89. And Ricky's been on the back
81.
foot since
Dan, you've got
pretty much dart 1.
136.
It's been a solid job from Dan Nichols from
96.
the first start and throughout the course of this contest. Average just under 90. The doubling's been much better, 3 from 4. But this was the point in his game against
93.
Darren where
Dan,
things
you've got
went wrong,
40.
when he had a dart to win the match. Is it going to be a plaguing issue again?
Game
No
shot
is the
and
answer.
match, Dan
As Dan Nichols eventually gets his first win of the day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and he keeps Ricky King on 2 points in the process. A 4-1 win for Dan means that he's in the swing of things. And now he has to hope that results of players above him in the table correlate nicely for him to sit in and around the top 2 come the end of the day. Next up, one of Carl Wilson and David Wawrzewski will move on to 6 points. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are halfway through the day's action before the breakdown. Nichols got the better of Mervyn King by 4 legs to 1. And now game 9, we'll see who is going to end the second round of fixtures. The third round of fixtures on 6 points. That's how quickfire today has been here at the Live Lounge in Porto. It sees Dave Wawrzewski and Carl Wilson go toe-to-toe, and we've seen some decent stuff from the pair. David's, well, he won his first match of a 93 average. He demolished Ricky King for 2. He then backed it up with a 4-0 success against Dan Nichols. The scoring wasn't quite as good as his first game, but the doubling was just as. 4 from 6, including a 101 checker. In fact, it's the only ton plus checkout we've seen so far today. As for Carl Wilson, he beat Ectorus by 4 legs nil. Never really needed to get out the traps and did what he needed to do there. Then stepped it up by another 10 points, beating Darren Brown by 4 legs to 2. Again, the doubling decent, 4 from 9 on the outer ring, and the winner of this contest, you will feel
137.
will have the ascendancy going into the final portion of the day.
100.
Well, it's just a nice feeling to know after 3 rounds that you've already won more games than you can possibly lose. And you've got that opportunity of topping the table overnight.
140.
Still got the chance of having a perfect day, which is a little bit of a poisoned chalice this week.
100. Card
Yeah, but to
required
complete the
90.
card on a day, you have to play rubbish. That's the seeming theme of the week.
These guys aren't playing rubbish.
Game shot in the
They're
first
playing
leg.
really,
Wilson.
really well. That's a great leg from Carl.
Puts him one up. 12 data to
Second leg, it's
kick
David
the
to
match
throw
off for
first.
Gok.
Game on.
Incredible. You leave yourself 81 after 9 and you don't get a look.
That's been the standard today.
100.
And usually we say that Group B is the perennial group, don't we, of a week? Well, on the basis of play in terms of what we've seen this afternoon, they have got some living up to do from 10 o'clock this evening as Carl
180.
Wilson piles in a max.
140.
Now, Carl does have levels. When he won ADC Championship Tour 2, he's getting a lot of joy in the mid to high 90s
95.
range. If he's finding that a lot over the next couple of days, he's going to make Saturday again.
140.
And we could see a lot of him here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth because of his position in the Championship Tour stand. I know only a third of the season's gone, but coming in 4th position in the
42. David required
order of merit.
121.
Wawrzewski looking at 1-2-1. He's got 6 darts from here to level up at 1 apiece. Not to beat.
97.
But the top 8 currently of that table. Graham Hall at the top, Christian Perez, Jack Tweddle, Adrian Gray, Johnny Haynes, Ashley McKeever and Lewis Gurney currently in the qualified positions. Just outside the likes of Tom Sykes, Mike
140.
Huntley,
David required 24.
Adam Mould, Ross Montgomery, Paul Hogan, Kevin Edwards, Tommy
Game
Morris.
shot in the second leg. David Wawrzewski.
And Wawrzewski levels up at 1 apiece by pinning that double 12 for 14 data.
Third leg, it's Carl
Kurt
to
Parry's
throw
on the
first.
cusp.
Game on.
As to the likes of Matt Clark and Tom Lonsdale, David Pallett, John O'Shea. I suppose the list goes on.
60.
I won't continue adding on to the list.
I was wondering how deep you were going to go there.
140.
We should have given you a challenge this morning if you can mention the top 100 over the course of the 4.5 hours that we'll have. That would have been some feat. But we've probably already mentioned a good
97.
30 or 40 of them.
Well, put it this way, there's 10 pages on the database.
58.
And that is because 320 players have played in either one event or more in this year's Championship Tour Series.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I think that's only going to grow.
180.
Confidence of Carl Wilson right now is growing right in front of our eyes.
The numbers are ridiculous.
133.
The
Currently
standard
164.
is ridiculous. 117 average the pair.
It can only go down. This kind of level is unsustainable.
$111.
Well, that was different.
David, 170.
I think that might have slipped out of his hand. It's worked out really well, though. Because by getting the double 17 instead of the single,
100.
it's
Currently
now only
153.
single to double combination instead of treble to double.
And he has to get it because Wazzy is hanging around. Looking at a sniff at the 70, but he's not going to get a poke.
Carl Wilson.
2-1 Carl Wilson. What an incredible game. These are the numbers in terms of the averages so far.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
112 plays 115 after 3 legs.
56.
And in terms of legs 1, 12, 14, 15. An incredible standard.
Is it any wonder that these two are
78.
the top 2 players in this table?
60.
2 players that would have a fair few people wanting to come here on Saturday night to support them. I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't able to come because Let's face it, Saturday nights are getting very popular here in
96.
Portsmouth. And if you want to get your tickets, get them quick. And there's usually a run
28.
on tickets when people know they've qualified. So, for instance, if Carl qualifies this time tomorrow, I'm sure a lot of people in Sussex are going to say, I wouldn't mind going to see Carl play on a Saturday night.
95.
Little night out down in Pompey Town.
Where would you rather go, Royal Tunbridge Wells or Portsmouth?
83.
The answer is they're both good.
I do know one or two that are coming down to support Kurt Parry on
83.
Saturday night. Including a text from a friend of mine that I used to go to university with that's coming down to support him on Saturday. Kurt, that is, not me.
75. Carl, you require 149.
Wilson, 149. 6 starts for 3-1 and the break. Not to be on this occasion. Wawrzewski back a 199 for the first time in this match.
95.
A player will feel like they've got a little bit of comfortability in terms of finishing off a leg.
99. Carl, you require 54.
Double 10 again.
44. David, you
And
require
this game
100.
could be locked. Interesting. Very
David, shot the full
interesting.
stag. David Wawrzewski.
Wazzy is on fire. Love it. He's playing better today than he's played all
Fifth
week.
leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
And to continue the paraphrasing of Barry Davies, just look at his face.
85.
Great broadcaster he was. And a great game this is. Wilson's average just underneath the 102 mark. Wawrzewski in and around the ton.
45.
At the midway point of this contest. The 9th game of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
On that subject, because everybody's got their favourites. And everybody watches different
85.
sports, of course. Hence why they've got different favourites. Who do you think is the greatest living
60.
sports commentator / broadcaster? As you think,
140.
I don't have to, because the correct answer is Jim Nantz.
100.
Barry Davies is right up there. Right up there. It's diversity of sports. It wasn't just football. It was tennis at Wimbledon. Did Olympic rowing as well.
But he doesn't do it anymore, does he?
No.
133.
He's
What
still
about
with
someone
it.
who still does it?
There's not many that traverse multiple sports. Andrew Cotter does.
Yeah, he's really good. He's great at athletics and golf.
60. Carl, you require 58.
Peter Drury was an accomplished commentator in a number of sports. Is this an accomplished finish for Carl Wilson? Double top.
Game shot
3-2.
the fifth
That's
leg, Carl
another
Wilson.
14 data. The average just underneath the 104 mark.
Here's the thing. It
Sixth
needs
leg,
to
it's
be.
David to throw first. Game on.
If it wasn't this good, he'd be losing this game. David's pushed him.
66.
And apparently this is what happens when you push Carl Wilson now.
He's got levels to this game. And he is going through those levels.
139.
David Wawrzewski has not done much wrong. He's missed one dart at a double in the match. He's averaging 92. It's one of those performances where you may
60.
just have to shake the opponent's hand and say, well played. You were just better than me on this particular occasion. And he's beginning to hit for home. Against the throw,
83.
another treble would have given him control of the leg.
140.
Well, that needed to be a 140, really. Because he's throwing first in this leg. Should switch.
99.
Sensible. That
140.
is the best 140 he's hit all week. That was extraordinary.
And he's hit two of them back to back just to stem the Carl Wilson tide. He's going to have a look at this
60.
95
David, you require 95.
to take us all the way to a last leg decider. A game this good deserves a crescendo, but he may not get it. Wawrzewski went for the 2 double 19s. Doesn't come off on this
37.
particular occasion. And
Carl, you
so,
got 120.
120 for the match for Carl Wilson.
Still an open 60, but no shot at tops.
56.
I
David, you
don't think he's done the right thing there.
Game shot.
It doesn't matter.
Leg. David
It's
Wawrzewski.
3-3. You're averaging 100. You're 50% on doubles.
Carl to throw first.
You've had a
Game
couple of
on.
maximums. And you have to win the last leg shootout. But with his confidence the way it is, he probably will.
174.
Well, it's a meeting between the top two being played like a meeting between the top two should. Both players
81.
firing haymakers at one another, and that pained expression on the face of Dave Wawrzewski says that could be the visit where he may have blown it, where he worked so hard to get himself back into the contest, but he's allowed Carl Wilson the time and
96.
space just to open up a lead in this last leg.
100.
Well, there's two ways of opening a gap. Wait for someone to open it for you, or you just bulldoze your way through.
137.
And Carl right now is a bulldozer.
104 the average, 50% the doubling ratio. This is as good as it
100.
gets.
Carly
We
Klein,
know
94.
Carl Wilson is a quality player, and he is demonstrating every single fibre of it here. He's left himself on a 2-darter after 9. He's going to leave
54.
himself on a double after 12, on throw in a last leg decider. Wawrzewski can do nothing in the background but stand,
83.
admire,
Carly
and
40.
probably in a few moments' time shake the hand of Carl Wilson, who looks at double top to complete a brilliant display. But he's missed
30.
free for the match.
David,
It's
you've
an
got
outside chance, but a
137.
chance for Dave nonetheless.
Not tops again. Well, you can breathe now,
97.
Carl, but
Carl, you
double
require
5 is going to have to
10.
be found.
And this will feel a little bit tighter now. 2 5s to eventually cross the line.
No score.
Now that
David,
was
you
an
require
edgy
40.
last start, and Wawrzewski probably cannot believe he's got this opportunity to win it.
20.
But he's now missed free. He's now missed a
Carl, you
visit's
require
worth.
10.
From the sublime to the ridiculous.
To double 2 we go.
6.
This
David,
game has
you
had an
require
awful
20.
lot. Does it have a winner?
And now Wawrzewski's chasing 5s. But he
Game shot,
finds,
and the match,
and it's
David
he who's going to
Wawrzewski.
move to the top of the Group C table. It's David Wawrzewski that goes 3 from 3 after an exceptional match against Carl Wilson. The scoring was absolutely exceptional. Both players were playing around the ton mark until the last leg, and then we had the drama of numerous missed darts and a double from the pair to win it. Carl Wilson will feel seasick looking at them numbers. David Wawrzewski will be overcome with joy. Coming up after the break, Darren Brown takes on Ricky King. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. the new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed 3 rounds worth of matches on this Thursday afternoon. And what a battle we saw before the break, because Dave Wawrzewski got the better of Carl Wilson 4-3. Wilson, who pretty much for the entirety of that match was averaging in excess of a ton. He missed a plethora of match darts to goal to win it. Wawrzewski would claim it in a last leg decider. Dan Nichols got the better of Ricky King, and Darren Brown beat Victoria Stilianu in the third cycle of matches. And this is how the table looks as a result of it. Wawrzewski, the only player still with an unblemished record. 3 wins from 3 for him. Carl Wilson is on 4 points. Darren Brown on the same number. Ricky King and Dan Nichols are on 2. Victoria Stilianu is yet to get a win to his name. We'll see him up against Wawrzewski next in the battle between top and bottom. But for now, we are going to see Darren Brown against Ricky King. Now, if you don't quite know who is who, Darren Brown is the player in the black polo shirt, and Ricky King is the player in the black polo shirt. And if you're wondering who our referee is, George Baker, he's in a black polo shirt.
I'm trying to figure out what your point is, Henry. This game has got so much of the colour
First
black
leg,
in
it's
it.
Darren to throw first. Game on.
It could even have a soundtrack by AC/DC. Well, you know what they say about black, don't you? It's slimming. Not that these guys
84.
actually need it. They're in really good shape. And I'm going to call this one the forearm derby. Because both of them have got forearms like
58.
Popeye. Give that man a can of spinach.
140.
Apparently the local team that Darren plays for, because of the Popeye comment the other day on their group chat, has been now calling Darren
96.
Popeye, and it's probably going to stick for the rest of time.
Oh, no. Sorry, Darren. It's not the first time that's happened, actually.
100.
I once gave Sean McDonald a nickname of the Punisher because he looked like the Punisher logo, and then he went back to Aberdeen, and next thing you know, they're all calling him the
58.
Punisher.
Not as bad as a nickname I've given Sam Spivey. Spivey man.
Spivey man. Yeah, that's not going to stick. We're not going to let it.
81.
Although it is better than Seaside Sam. That makes him sound like a
Darren Uquire,
the kind of thing
96.
Fred Dinage would be talking about in a crime programme.
Fred Dinage is a famous Portsmouth fan, was actually once the club president.
Oh, was he really?
40.
He actually presented the local news programme on ITV for 45 years.
I've only got one question for you when it comes to Fred Dinage. How?
57. Darren Uquire,
For now.
56.
Double top.
36.
I don't think Ricky can get off to a bad start against Darren.
134.
When he got off to a bad
Darren Uquire,
start.
20.
In his previous match, he was not able to reel Dan Nichols in.
10.
Oh, he misses the marker.
Ricky Uquire, 40.
So Ricky's got a freebie. Got to unwrap it.
Game
And
shot
that
the
he
first
does.
leg. Ricky King.
So Ricky King takes the opener, he gets the breaker throw. But Darren has
Second leg is
had
Ricky
to deal with
throw
adversity
first.
today.
Game
He
on.
was 3-0 down to Dan Nichols. Admittedly, he was playing better in that match than he did in the opening leg of that one.
40.
Ricky allowed to break in 19 darts and Darren missing 5 opportunities at the outer ring to save his throw.
59.
I know it's only early days in this
67.
Group C, but you look at the standing, you look at the way some of the players are playing so far. The 2 players that come out of this group,
134.
they're going to be real live wires, aren't they, when it comes to Saturday evening?
Well, there's a bit of a shock considering what we've seen from Group C this series.
180.
Group C has yielded the champions. Must be something about playing on Thursday and Friday afternoon. Just as good as a max, that.
62.
If not better, because it, before Dart 1, involves the right thought. It's not just going at the same bed.
138. Darren Uquire,
Everything
146.
about that from Darren Brown was just perfect. He's not going to take out the 146 in the visit after. And so it gives King a chance
56.
here
Ricky
to
Uquire, 76.
double his account, to lead 2-0, and to put himself in cruise control of this match. 2 in his hand at double 8, but
no
he's
score.
done the Hogan and
Darren Uquire,
drifted
90.
into double 16.
Don't let Paul hear you say that.
50.
Don't think he
Ricky
wants to
Uquire,
relive that memory.
76.
Luckily, he's in perfect at this present moment in time.
Yeah. Winning as well. Needs the ball.
51.
Doesn't quite get there.
Darren Uquire, 40.
Well, that's been Darren Brown's happy hunting ground this week, but he's looking for tops to square up. Now down for double 10. 1 left. Well, he's looking
20.
to divert it off the barrel, but
Ricky
could only
Uquire,
ricochet at the other
25.
side, and so King back for 25 for 2 zip. Double 8.
9.
But he does exactly the
Darren
same as what his
Uquire,
opponent
20.
did on the other side of the board.
They're still hitting the wires. He's only got about 50% of the bed left.
Game
And he's
start,
actually hit the
second
top
leg,
half.
Darren Brown.
There's a saying, the harder they come, the harder they fall, but it turns out the harder the
Third
shot,
leg
the
is
easier the
Darren to
hit
throw
for Ricky,
first.
for
Game
Darren
on.
Brown this week.
Yeah, he's done that. Was it 3 times now? All on the right-hand side of the board. He had 2 blockers on double 6
81.
and 2 blockers on double 10. I think it was Tuesday, and he hit them both. Now he's done it 3 times.
60.
But that's the first dart for Darren.
140.
The biggest surprise was George Baker wasn't bellowing out 180 there. But Darren looks like one of those
140.
players, and it's a rare breed that seemingly has all facets about his game put together. I know he's missed a few darts at a double today, but
100.
you look at the evidence of his Group A campaign, everything felt tidy throughout the course of the 3 days. There wasn't anything that you thought of at the top of your mind, you thought,
131.
that's a glaring issue.
That's true.
60. Ricky, you've
Even
got
when he's missing the
170.
treble 23, very well thrown darts there. But that has got to be an issue for Ricky now. He's been veering into the 1 too many times today. That's got to stop.
Tops, but there's a lot in the way.
Game shot.
But once again,
Darren Brown.
the less target area, the more the chance he's going to hit it. The 120 goes to turn this match on its head. Ricky King had opportunity to open up a 2-0 lead. He couldn't take it, and Darren Brown has dominated from that point onwards.
134.
We had such a great vantage point right there to see that dart going into the tops. And it was cruising into the top double
140.
and flying through the air like a figure skater landing a triple axel.
80.
Ooh, hat stand. That's what they call it.
190.
Oh, we don't do that anymore, do we? Because he's not involved in the sport anymore. We don't do the as they call it, or as we call it. Rod Harrington's favourite line.
57.
That's the hat stand, as we call it. I used to love it when he did that.
134.
Gave us a few catchphrases, didn't he, Rod? Such as, don't miss the big number and the tricky little switch. When someone went from double 18 to double 9.
60. Darren, you got
So
108.
Darren, rule 1, don't miss the big number. Oh, that's
Game
back
shot
to
the
back
fourth
tub
leg,
plus
Darren
checkouts.
Brown.
It's a 12 darter. He's really beginning to make his move now. It was a sluggish start for the man from Norwich, but he really is hitting stride. 3-1 to the good.
Fifth
And
leg,
Ricky
it's down
King
to
looks
very
like he's
first.
been hit
Game
by a
on.
couple of pile drivers.
$81.
I think the best thing about Darren this week has been his focus.
28.
He's been unflappable. Certain players come here and they wave their arms about in disappointment, and when they win,
59.
they look down the lens and they give us all sorts of different gifs and highlight reels. You might see a bit of that tonight. But Darren,
140.
he gets up there like this is a job. I think his temperament this week has been... Well, it's difficult for me to say it's been the best because
100.
I think Wawrzewski's up there with him. I think they've just had fabulous states of mind even before a dart is thrown.
They're quintessential no-nonsense dart players, aren't they? They get up, they play well, get on with the job, no
43.
histrionics, shake the opponent's hand, get out of there. There's no sideshow with players like Darren.
100.
It's just everything you see is everything you're going to get. Which also actually makes him an easier player to play against because you just
121.
know
Ricky, you've got 133.
what's going to happen. You know there's not going to be any sideshow. But is there going to be an extension to the current show and play in this match? The 133 doesn't go.
Darren, you
And
got
so Brown to
57.
round the match off, 57.
Right in the middle of the 17,
37.
but no
Ricky
tops to
requires
end it.
16.
2 missed for the match. Now does the game continue?
Game shot
That
the
it
fifth
does.
leg, Ricky King.
Darren Brown has missed a couple of darts to get this game
Sixth
won,
leg
missing a
is Ricky
couple
to
of
throw
darts at
first.
tops on the back
Game
of the
on.
57 combo. Ricky King has returned this contest to throw. And is trying to hit Darren Brown where it
180.
hurts. Kicks off leg 6 of a max. Really asking and posing the questions of the man from Norwich.
140.
Answers on a postcard. How did he get that 140?
140.
This game is going into overdrive. Loving it. Averages of 87 in this game, which don't really reflect how good this game has
79.
been.
Well, Darren Brown with a win here would go joint top of the table, but if Ricky King can complete the comeback,
87.
then the man from Norwich could be like a canary being knocked off his perch.
100. Ricky, you require
6
94.
darts from here to take us all the way to a last leg decider. Double 8. And that would have been for 12.
And he had every right on that double 8 to feel a bit tentative with it, because he has gone for double 8 earlier today and hit double 16.
65. Ricky, you require 16.
Just make sure that doesn't happen right here.
2 4s. 2s never lose.
12.
But if he
Darren, you require 117.
sees Darren Brown take out this 117, Ricky King will lose this match. Triple 19 would have given him a dart at tops. And now,
39.
following the miscalculated error, going double-double has allowed Ricky King back for double 2.
That is a bad mistake. Brilliant dart from Ricky.
Shot on the 6th leg. Ricky King.
And in a funny sort of way, him hitting that is actually good for Darren Brown. Because then his mistake at the end of his visit previously is not accentuated. It didn't matter whether he hit double 19 or not. But imagine if he'd only got 1 dart at a double
45
to win this game 4-2. That would have been his own fault. Now you've got to pick yourself up off the
58.
floor and don't make that mistake again. You've got 78 with 1 dart left. Your opponent's on a dart to take it to 3-3. You do not go
134.
double 19. That is a bad, bad idea.
134.
This is a good idea.
180.
That's his first one of this game. And that ensures
171.
that he's got a maximum in all of the games he's played today. Maybe it's the only one he needs. Now that was good thinking.
102. Ricky, you've got 138.
But is it going to be rendered irrelevant? Darren Brown's had a couple of ton-plus checkouts in this game, but Ricky King is looking at double 12 to win it for 138.
126.
And just grazes on the
Darren, you
inside
require
of the
40.
target. And so Darren Brown would have had his heart in his mouth. He missed a couple of darts to win this match in the previous leg. But he now has 3 more opportunities. 1 left at double 10.
32.
Goes high.
Ricky, you require
And that's
12.
the target now that Ricky King wants to win it.
Game shot.
And
the
win it he
match,
will.
Ricky King.
Darren Brown had 5 darts to win that contest. They all came and went, and Ricky King has gone over the line. It makes this group so much tighter. And Dave Wawrzewski now has an opportunity to pull 4 points clear if he can get the better of Victoria Stilianu after this short break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So we see the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Ricky King got the better of Darren Brow by 4 legs to 3. That was game 10. Game 11 sees Dave Wawrzewski and Hector Stilianu go toe-to-toe on the hockey. And it has been a day where we have seen some special stuff, and we almost saw magnificent 9 data earlier on today, where Darren Brown went 3 treble 20s, 3 treble 19s, and an attempted 3 bullseyes. He got the first of them, but couldn't find the other 2. And just having a scan through social media during the advert break,
David to throw
this has
first.
caught a lot of
Game
traction.
on.
And if you haven't done so already, you can follow us via our social media feeds. It is at MSS Darts on Facebook, Instagram, and X.
43.
Or if you are one of those who delve into the world of TikTok, then you can follow us there as well.
45.
But it's TikTok in terms of Hector's hopes here. For him, qualification probably wasn't something on his radar today. It was about winning a match.
81.
But this is toughest assignment yet against a previously unbeaten David Wawrzewski. 3 wins and 3, and some really good performances to boot.
59.
Average of 93.07, 50% on his doubles in his first match
60.
against Ricky King. The scoring went quite up to scratch, but the doubling was better. An 84.5 average of 4 from 6, including a 101 checkout against Dan Nichols. And then last time out, well, he had to survive match starts and Carl Wilson before then heading home by 4 legs to 3. 40% on the doubles in that match. Had a ton checkout too, but did miss darts to win the match himself. What was an edgy, nervy last leg decider. Well, it's the 4th meeting between the two. The previous 3 all went in David's favour. And I was going to say prior to that, the early indications are it could be more of the same. But that 2 treble turn for Hector's just makes this first leg a little bit more interesting. And just when we thought there might be a little bit of an opening for the Cypriot, does David pile in a couple of trebles?
45. David, you require
So 96 left after 15 darts to take the opening leg of the match. Double 8. What a start from Wazzy.
David Wawrzewski.
He has just found a good level today, and he has just stuck with it throughout.
Torres to throw first. Game on.
18 darter. He leads 1-0.
$60.
Remember, we're back tonight for Group B. That gets underway from 10 o'clock this evening here on Pluto TV. And it has been a very good week in terms of players that graduated the class of 2024. In terms of Eurotour qualifiers, they took place yesterday.
42.
Players that have been here last year qualifying their way through. In ET3, Mario van der Brugade, Christopher Tyson, Reddit Jugadski, Karol Sedlacek, William O'Connor, Nico Springer, who battered Connor Scutt in the final, Thibaut Chacol, Rob Owen, Matt Campbell, Thomas Lovely have all played here before.
38.
ET4, Ratajski qualified again alongside Robert Grundy, former weekly winner, Scott Williams, Cam Crabtree,
60.
Marion van der Behada again, Andy Bolton, Kevin Dutz, Mickey Mansell, player that won a week here last year, Adam Paxton, alongside Niels Zonover. We look forward to seeing them in Riesa and Munich,
57.
respectively. The Munich one's a fun one because that's over the Easter weekend, and that's the one where the referees wear lederhosens. Charlie Courterfield and a
100.
lederhosen, that's a fort, isn't it? Well, the thoughts of Wawrzewski here is to get rid of Ektoris in next to no time at all. Averaging 85 in the early
100.
sways of this
David
match.
require 150.
Ektoris not really up to scratch. He had that two double turn, but things have not
92.
transpired from that particular point. And so was he leaving himself on 58 to open up a 2-0 lead in this game. Ektoris
60. David, you
not
require
really
58.
troubling. Wawrzewski is running his own race. And he's looking to race into a 2-0 lead here.
Shot in the second leg. David
But this is a
Wawrzewski.
professional job so far from David. It's all been 6-visit stuff, but it's been more than enough to open up a advantage against the Cypriot.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on. $85. $55. $60.
For Ektoris, I can imagine the task is becoming
26.
more and more troubling in terms of picking up a win. And it does feel like maybe the stuffing's just beginning
85.
to be knocked out of him a little bit.
Yeah, I can only imagine what it's like. We've seen people struggle in these group scenarios,
140.
but you've got to admire just how much he's giving it his all against players who are
57.
vastly more experienced than he is.
$40. $45.
Well, Wawrzewski is pitter-pattering his way towards a 3-0 lead. He's kind of put the gas tank on neutral.
42.
He knows he doesn't have to speed through these corners. A little bit like Max Verstappen in a Formula 1 race, you know, when he's a good 30 seconds in front and he sees the checkered flag in front of him, but he also sees the cars in behind nowhere near him.
127.
He doesn't need to push through top speed, but he's doing enough to get through the corners safely and past the checkered flag.
I think that might be the first time that Wazzy's ever been likened to Max Verstappen.
38. David, you require 42.
It can be seen as a compliment, but to some other people, maybe not. Because he is a bit of one of those figures, isn't he? Some people love him, some people don't.
Just like Marmite, other brands are available. Wawrzewski looking for double 8 to open up a 3-0 advantage in this
David
game.
requires 16. Game
3-0 is his.
David Wawrzewski.
Now, it's not the biggest average, but his doubles are good.
Fourth leg is Ektoris to throw first.
And if we
Game
may
on.
say so, his doubles have been really good for the last few days.
It's been the biggest difference as the Wawrzewski stares down the barrel of a 4-0 win,
45.
as dramatically as he stares down the barrel of a camera lens.
Is this the start of a
100.
David Wawrzewski social media sensation? He's not going to do the full bunting treatment, is he? Start a YouTube channel, start a TikTok page. Who knows?
58.
There's so many stairs, you could probably have a dedicated Pluto
81.
TV special. The Super Series stare down contest.
Well, they've all been good.
43.
Shane McGurk's the other day was really funny. And I know Shane's going to be watching.
100.
I did like Lee Cox's response to Conan Whitehead because he's the original one, isn't he? But people are going to get a hold of that stare down thing, and they're going to do it when they come here.
57.
I want to see a really unexpected one.
I.e. somebody that you would never... Well, put it this way.
100.
Richie Burnett will probably do it, but doesn't even know he's doing it. Only problem is he'd probably be doing it the other way towards the speaker. You know Mitchell's going to be down for that type of thing.
140.
Well, this is a match-winning chance.
120.
And Stylianu's
40.
really,
Victoria's
really
got
good
158.
mentality through this week. It's really starting to be tested. He might have to wait for his first leg of the day. Oh, it was so close to getting a second treble 20 for a shot at a 158.
They require 80.
Well, this is for a fourth consecutive 4-0 defeat for Victorious. This for a fourth consecutive
60.
win for
Victoria's
Dave
require
Wawrzewski.
74.
Well, Victorious has got an opportunity here to win a first leg of the day. And so far, over the course of this session, he has only had 5 darts at a double. And dart 6
54.
doesn't go in. And
David
that was a
required
result
20.
of all the pain that he's had to endure over the course of the session to put him out of his misery. Double 10
Games
goes.
are on the
It's 4 wins
match,
and 4
David
for
Wawrzewski.
David Wawrzewski. He really is in charge of proceedings here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Wazzy is on fire on Thursday, and he has a consolatory hug of his opponent, Victorious Stylianu. Coming up after the break is Dan Nichols up against Carl Wilson. Welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. We played 11 matches on this Thursday afternoon. Before the break, Dave Wawrzewski got the better of Andreas Stilianu by 4-0. Our final match from the 4 cycles sees Dan Nichols and Carl Wilson go toe-to-toe. Carl, who was defeated for the first time in his previous match, a 4-3 defeat to Dave Wawrzewski, whilst Dan Nichols tasted success for the first time in his previous encounter, getting the better of Ricky King by 4-1. Game 12 of the afternoon session between the man from Tunbridge Wells up against the man from Tipton. And it is Paul Nicholson who's alongside me in the commentary box for every single toe and throw on this Thursday afternoon. Carl Wilson to be buoyed with the performance in his last game, but not the missed starts at a double, whereas Dan Nichols, you feel like, would have grown in confidence after picking up his first win.
Yes, definitely. But just imagine if you're able to get the win against Carl here to join 60. The party on 4 points. That would give us Wazzy on 8 and 4 players on 4.
100.
In the knowledge that 2 players are going to progress from this group. And I think what Carl Wilson's just had against Wazzy in Game 9 is a gut check.
82.
He did everything right, apart from finishing the job. Now, how he thinks about that game could stipulate how this
99.
game goes. You can look at it in one of 2 ways. That's a game I should have won. Why did I miss those darts for the match? Or I was in
59.
charge of that game. I was the better player. I just didn't get it over the line. There are 2 very different ways of thinking about it.
180.
His maximum hitting at times, Dan Nichols, has been decent today. Well, his scoring at least has been decent at times.
60.
He's left himself 94 after just a dozen darts to take out the opening leg, and he has got time and space. That's a 15 with his first dart.
50.
Well, he's left himself on 44 after all of that. As for Carl, well, this is a complete antithesis to the start he made
80.
in his match against Dave Wawrzewski.
I was just trying to figure out what Dan was doing with his previous visit. I think he's at a miscount. Doesn't matter anymore, though. Because when he was on 79, he went for treble 17. Now, that's not out of the blue. Because some people do go that route. Admittedly, not very many. 51 leaves 28. It's actually not that bad.
80.
But based on facial expressions over the last 15 to 20 seconds, I'm pretty sure that Dan thought he was on 87.
81.
Or something like that. That's why he went for treble 17.
But it's all's well that ends well for Dan Nichols. He finds himself a leg to the good. This meeting between 2 ADC products. Carl was given a direct invite into Series 10, but just as we were mentioning earlier on today, you look at the number of ADC talents we have now, and they're becoming the established names of this competition. Look at Tom Sykes, for example, who without that system probably wouldn't have been here, and we probably wouldn't have unearthed that particular gem. A Modus-made player thanks to the ADC qualification route.
56.
We might have found him, but maybe not to the same swiftness.
60.
This place really is starting to give confidence and opportunities to people who maybe wouldn't fast-track themselves the way they are.
100.
Look at Jimmy Van Schie, for example. Great example.
A year ago, winning a championship in Romania, and 12 months on, he's one of the best amateur players in the world.
Well, the biggest surprise is we're actually going to see him here this year, because I think there was a thought by a lot of people that he would have got his tour card, and he did come perilously close to doing that.
Never look a gift horse in the mouth, Henry, because we're actually happy that Jimmy's coming to town.
That's well half of Portsmouth, because the crowds when he's here on a Saturday night will be jumping for Jimmy. Let's just hope Jimmy don't jump, otherwise the roof might come off. 20 for ball. Chase the treble, paid the price.
39.
Stick that on a t-shirt, will you?
80.
Chase the treble, pay the price.
60.
He's
Card
paid the
requires
price of an
48.
under-delivered dart there, Dan. Now, is that in the way?
16.
He can't believe
Dan
he's missed
requires
that.
20.
He thought that was a great marker to just sandwich it in the middle of the two. Could be 2-0.
No score.
Might not be
Card
now.
requires 32.
And so Wilson comes back for double 16 to level this match up at 1 apiece.
Game shot in the second
Pins
leg.
the
Go
double
Wilson.
16, first time of asking. Level we are at 1-1. And who's to say, with the qualification
Third leg, it's Dan
criteria
to throw first.
for
Game
the
on.
expanded global championship, which will take place at the end of 2025, who's to say we won't see a meeting like that
140.
at a tournament of the scale of that? That's what the ADC are giving in terms of pathways to players.
60.
You know, darts used to be like IKEA. Don't stray from the path. There was one path, and you had to follow it.
82.
Now, there are so many paths to success. It's more like a tree instead of a stream. So you can branch off, you can still find your way to the top.
99.
Well, Nichols is going to give himself time to re-establish a lead in this contest.
60.
They can't having success on the Championship Tour circuit. We saw what it did for the likes of Charlie Martin last year, who I'm sure we're going to see at
95.
some point in Series 10. Played at the Global Championship in December. Got to the final, of course, didn't he, of the Tour finals against Andy Bolton. Lost that by 4 legs to 2.
100.
That's probably the best visit of Carl's day.
85.
His rhythm there was impeccable. Is this shot on the ball? And we haven't seen
54,
a great deal of
101.
bullseye finishes this week. A lot of them have missed the 25.
Unless your name is Darren Brown. Wilson looking at the 101. Hasn't had a ton plus checkout yet today.
69.
And he's not going to get one there.
31.
And so Nichols, having avoided a dart to be broken, is going to get another couple of opportunities. Just about at double 8.
Game
But
shot
takes the
third
chance
leg,
nonetheless.
Dan
He leads
Nichols.
2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
If I say the name Carl to you, who is the most famous person that comes to mind? So
58.
Carl, it's name association.
$96.
Congratulations on getting the rules of this game right.
I can't think of any famous Carls.
Carl Froch
What about Carl Carlson?
from The Simpsons.
87.
That's a famous Carl. Carl Court.
$100.
Well, that went down like a lead balloon, didn't it? Bravo on Carl Carlson, though.
100.
And bravo on that as well from Carl Wilson. Who's the most famous Dan you know?
98.
You got Dan Walker, the TV presenter.
Yeah, good shout. Everybody likes Dan. Look at me calling him Dan like I know him.
136.
Oh, brilliant.
137.
But it might be too late. This game is getting into gear. Double 10. Huge.
Game shot in the fourth
Good
leg,
enough.
Carl Wilson.
Not in the middle, but he doesn't care. It's good enough.
And we here are all squared. 2-2
Fifth leg, it's Dan to
between
throw
Nichols
first.
and Wilson
Game
in
on.
this, the 10th game of the session. 3 more to go after this. Wawrzewski takes on Brown. Wilson takes on King. And Stilianu will finish
93.
up against Dan Nichols.
Have you heard that there's a bit of an underbelly of darts commentators and
100.
pundits and analysts who don't like dart shirts that have dartboards on shirts. They just think it's too obvious.
100.
It's just a little bit on the nose. I'm not one of them.
100.
But I was always a fan of Michael Barnard's dart shirt, which was a T-Rex eating a
43.
dartboard. That was particularly clever.
The tungsten T-Rex. I remember them times very well.
96.
Should be the 19s for Dan. That's enough.
133.
And that's more than enough. Really well done. Well, this is a very fair game right now. Both averaging mid-80s. Doubles aren't that different.
95. Daniel Quire, 132.
Which tells us whatever happens next could be crucial. Stay. Oh, so close.
And he had such
92.
a beautiful guide for it. But he has done the next best thing. He's left himself on top, and he has to hope that Wilson here hasn't got his first ton plus of the day up his sleeve. Nichols expects this to go. And it does.
The fifth leg, Carl Wilson.
And how key could that be for Carl Wilson? A 110 break to take charge of this match. And if he
Sixth
wins
leg
this
is
game,
Carl to throw
he will
first.
open up a
Game on.
4-point lead on his opponent.
It's that word again, isn't it? Timing. Hitting your first ton plus checkout.
97.
Yes, it is the first of the day, but being the first of the match, when you can break in like 5, that is impressive.
41.
Doesn't matter whether it's 110, 150 or 170. The capability of hitting that shot when you need to do it is what makes it impressive. It was a bit like that
98.
66 that we saw from Wazzy earlier against Ricky King. It's a mundane, somewhat understated finish, but the timing of it
60.
was so important.
As Wilson timed this particular one to perfection. And it feels like Dan Nichols has just been hit too hard by that finish. It looks like he may have run out a little bit of a steam in this last leg.
136.
And Wilson's just carrying on. That 136 leaves himself on the big fish after 9 on his throw.
140.
Nichols on 140 keeps himself in the background, but he has to hope that from here, Carl Wilson has a disaster. Well, that dart will help. That won't.
122.
Great recovery.
Yeah, that's worked out really well. He's put
40.
the extra 4 points on his average in the last couple of legs. Nichols has stagnated.
Kicking towards the line. What a
Game
finish from
start
Carl
and
Wilson.
the
And that
match,
last
Carl
dart had a
Wilson.
kick off the barrel, and he's kicking on in this group. That moves him on to 6 points, a couple behind Dave Wawrzewski. And he will take on Ricky King in his final match of the group to end on 8 points. And Carl Wilson is going the right way about trying to find a second finals night appearance from 2 goes at the MODUS Super Series. He beats Dan Nichols there by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, Dave Wawrzewski takes on Darren Brown. It's the first game from the final round of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've completed 4 rounds of fixtures, and after that, David Wawrzewski finds himself top of the table. He can complete the card if he gets the better of Darren Brown in the next game. For Darren, he can move on to 6 and make things really congealed at the top of the table. Carl Wilson has won 3 of his 4 games on this Thursday afternoon. Ricky King also on 4, Dan Nichols on 2. He'll be wondering how. And Victoria's Stilianu is not just looking for a first win, but also a first leg of the day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And so we kick off the final round of a meeting between David and Darren. The 4th time these two have played one another on the Live Lounge stage this week. They've had 3 decent battles so far in Group A. And both would have had high hopes and high expectations of making it through Group C. David looks like he's on the cusp, or he could be on the cusp of completing the card. He's definitely in a very good position
Game on.
to get out the group. In terms of the meetings this week, split 2-1 in the favour of Darren Brown. A 4-1 win for him on Monday. Wawrzewski won by that margin on
100.
Tuesday. And it was Darren that won 4-3 against David in yesterday's meeting. What's renewal number 4 going to bring?
You do get the feeling this one is a lot more important for Darren, especially off the back of losing that previous game, which
60.
did sting a bit against Ricky King. A game he will feel like he's let slip. So his response to that,
96.
we're about to find out what it is.
60.
If you haven't had enough darts this afternoon, by the way, by the end of our schedule, we do still have 10 games for you a little bit later on, bridging both Thursday night and Friday morning.
133.
And some of them might be quite feisty. So join us from 10 p.m. and we'll talk you through it.
That's the darts, by the
down
way.
132.
1-3-2 for Brown. Now, if there's any player that probably could go ball with his opponent on a finish for that particular shot, it probably is Darren Brown because of his prolificness on that particular target area. But as we mentioned earlier on, he's the type of player that will do everything with a sense of sensibility. And that's why, because Wawrzewski's hot on his heels, he's left himself top at 18. And it may only be a dart at the ball from this point. And of course he's hit the ball when he didn't want it.
Well, I take it he was going for the treble 15
61.
there.
David, you require
Which
36.
really doesn't make sense.
Game
And here's
start
the thing
first
about
leg,
Wazzy's
David
day.
Wawrzewski.
People are giving him chances and he's taking them. This is what was happening to Ted Everts on Monday.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Ah, the old poison chalice of having the perfect day.
100.
Ted Everts, 5 wins from 5 on Monday.
100.
Kurt Parry, 5 wins out of 5 on Tuesday. Ted Everts, 5 wins from 5 yesterday. Was he's 3 legs away from
121.
having 5 out of 5 himself. This doesn't happen every week.
It's been a weird week, a strange
125.
week. A week where not a lot really has made sense.
60.
Seldom happens, and I'm trying to rack off in terms of whether this type of thing has happened
100.
before. And I genuinely cannot remember 4 different days where a different player as well has completed the card.
180.
Brilliant. By the way, you've just used one of the biggest Aussie phrases
45. Darren, you acquire 40.
that we always used to use. Telling someone to rack off. That was on Neighbours and Home and Away.
Game shot in the second leg. Darren Brown.
That one's neither home or away, but it is good.
What were you, neighbours or home and away?
Third leg, it's
Oh,
David
Neighbours.
to throw first.
It's a Melbourne
Game
thing.
on.
Man of class and a man of style and a man of taste.
100.
I used to go past the Neighbours street on the way to darts every Monday. It was right in the middle of where I lived and where I was going.
60.
I drive from the southeast suburbs to the eastern suburbs, and it was right in the middle. Not far from a place called Nunawading.
60.
Never bumped into Margot Robbie, though. Shame.
59.
Ramsey Street and Blackburn Rovers actually both have something in common. They both had a Paul Robinson.
100.
Used to be a pop star, didn't he, Stephen Dennis?
Yes.
Awful music.
97.
See, every production, if it lasts a long time, it needs someone who stands the test of time.
100.
We've had the likes of Robert Thornton and other people who have played every series. Neighbours had Paul
100.
Daniels.
David, you acquire 141.
He was Daniels at the start, you see. I'm going way back to the 80s. He turned into a Paul Robinson.
109.
Coronation Street had Ken, was it?
And Gail Platt.
Oh, yes, she's still there. Why would you
40.
stay after
David,
everything
you
she's
acquire
been through?
32.
That's
Well,
why.
she just left, so.
Oh, is she? Oh, it's probably about time.
Game shot in the
Well,
third
is it
leg.
time for David to have
Wawrzewski.
possibly the best day he's ever had here? Off the top of my head, I can't remember
Fourth
him
leg,
winning
it's
5 out
Darren
of
to
5.
throw first. Game on.
Nor can I. Maybe back in the Southampton days, possibly. But I can't,
60.
again, off the top of my head.
Now, you can understand why people would want to play here. Because
123.
at the end of the weekly rainbow, there's £5,000 up for grabs. A lovely medal, and you get your hands on the trophy. I think that's why I want to go there.
99.
But if we must rewind just a few minutes, if you watch Coronation Street or EastEnders or any soap opera, and you see
100.
all the things that happen in such a small street, why would you move there?
Particularly on Albert Square, where Ian Beale's been shot and the Queen
135.
Vic's gone up in smoke just this week alone.
You watch EastEnders.
It's 40th anniversary week this week.
140.
On top of that, somebody who was wanted has just been killed thanks to a bathtub. Anyway, Wawrzewski
59.
138.
David, you acquire
Spoiler alert.
138.
Ah, he was going for the old school one.
98. Darren, you acquire 148.
Tell you what, that third dart was a bit low. He could have bust it. Is this one getting away from Darren?
Is that in?
16.
That
David
just
required
about
14.
snuck in.
Does it make a difference? Now it
20.
might.
Darren, you require 88.
He could have been sitting on 180 here. It doesn't make a difference.
32. David, you require
So
20.
Wawrzewski back for double 10 for the break for 3-1.
Game shot
And
in the
it
fourth
will
leg,
put him
David
to within a
Wawrzewski.
leg of completing the card today. And he has the darts twice over to do it.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first.
You just get
Game
the feeling
on.
that Darren's been a bit wounded. He hasn't played badly. He's averaging nearly 87, but
53.
this is about as confident as I've ever seen Wawrzewski. It's really nice to see.
100.
But one thing Darren Brown can do is he can respond. Remember round 1? He was 3-0 down. He still won 4-3 against Dan Nichols.
60.
Needs a bit more magic, doesn't he?
How have we mentioned Paul Daniels in a game
25.
involving Darren Brown and not spoken about Millionaire Shortbread? Do you remember that famous question? Why would you marry the millionaire Paul
100.
Daniels? Was it Debbie McGee, wasn't it?
Debbie McGee was Paul Daniels' wife, yeah.
Yes. Lovely Debbie McGee she was called, wasn't she?
85.
Maybe. Can't say that I watched Paul Daniels a great deal when I was growing up. But he did have a catchphrase, that's magic.
83.
Well, it's simple enough, isn't it? And this has been simple enough for Dave Wawrzewski. 204 points away. Sorry, 205 points away from a 4-1 win, but he's going to be put under a
171.
bit of pressure. That 171 leaves Brown on 120.
Well, that was more like Tommy Cooper, that. Just like that.
41. Darren, you got 120.
Well, just about leaves David on a finish. But Darren isn't going to find the 120. A lot of darts dropping lower that treble bed, which is no good for Darren.
84.
That's good, though.
David, you got 164.
That's good thinking. It's on. He was thinking of a 164 to finish his day. You got two of them right.
122. Darren, you require 36.
So, double 18. Now double 9 to extend the game further. Great guide. Surely it's a kiss off.
Game shot
Yes,
in the
it
fifth
is.
leg. Darren
Back
Brown.
we go to 3-2. Now, the reason why David has been given more opportunity in this game is by his sheer scoring power
Sixth leg,
and the
it's Darren to throw
consistency
first. Game
of
on.
his scoring power. In this game, he has had 13 one-treble scores. Well, 14 if you add in the 90-plus range.
59.
2 visits of 2 trebles and all, but he hasn't needed them because he's consistently peppered one power treble with every turn.
43.
Yeah, we spoke about this a little bit earlier on. He's your classic player, isn't he? Getting tons in 96s and 95s.
134.
And in this format, if you average around what David's averaging, and your doubling's good like it has been, you are going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, this is a par
100.
game. 86 average, 37% on doubles. This is what we get on the whole from everybody.
30.
So if you can be just a little bit better than that, you'll find yourself getting more leg wins and ultimately more match wins.
100.
What's it the old school county players say? You just ton your way down in a leg. And that's pretty much what David has been doing in this match.
128.
Well, if you are turning down, you're forcing your opponent to do things like that. Getting 2 trebles wherever they are.
45. Down you got 150.
To take us all the way, there was never going to be a flickering thought to doing what he did earlier.
37.
But he's made a little bit of a mess of that. And the door is half ajar here for David. If he can set up, leave himself on a 2-darter. Needs a couple of trebles here. 1-2-1 would be perfect.
81. Darren, you got 113.
Still possible. Double 19. He knows how big it is to stop David from getting another shot for the match.
Game shot in the sixth leg.
Sensational.
Darren Brown.
Just making sure that he was steady for that end of sixth leg shot.
Seventh and final leg.
And Darren
is
deserves a
Davis
lot
to
of
go
credit, but
first.
now
Game on.
it's his responsibility to take leg 7, to take himself to 6 points, just 2
60.
points behind Wawrzewski before he plays him again tomorrow, and to keep Wawrzewski in range for everybody else.
I don't think I'm downplaying this when we say this is the biggest
100.
leg of the day. Wawrzewski wins it, he moves on to 10, and he would also be 6 clear of third place going into the final couple of games. Whereas
100.
Darren wins this, then there is a possibility that we could have David on 8 and then 3 players in behind on 6.
140.
Wazzy's mindset here is very simple. Don't be happy with 8 points.
95.
8 points is a brilliant day. But do not rest on that.
81.
Get yourself to 106, your favourite. Anything less than a 140
85.
might not be good enough.
Well, David left himself on something. But Brown looking to find something smaller.
40. David, you
Well,
require
both on real
161.
big outs. Wawrzewski 161. It's not going to go. Brown's already had 3 tub plus checkouts today. The biggest of which the 120. He's going to need something extraordinary here.
137, down
He's
equal
going to
140.
need something extraordinary here if he's going to win this match, because Wawrzewski's left himself on a double. He's not going to find the 140. Was he for the card? Double 12.
Another bullseye approach from Darren. A bit like earlier
88.
on.
David, you require 24.
But is this Wazzy's day?
Game shot. And the
Wazzy
match, David
is
Wawrzewski.
on fire, and Wazzy is at the top of the pile. David Wawrzewski wins 5 from 5 on Thursday, and he has a commanding lead at the top of the Group C table. Those are the numbers from an enthralling contest. Wawrzewski getting the better of Darren Brown by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break, it's Carl Wilson up against Ricky King.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie
Threw the entire
Maguire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George Maguire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Game
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Shot and the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've got a couple more games to go on this Thursday afternoon. Before the break, David Wawrzewski completed the card with a 4-3 win over Darren Brown. 2 more games for us, and it kicks off with a meeting between Carl Wilson and Ricky King. For Carl, he can move on to 8 points, keep close company to David at the top, and open up some daylight as well from those below him. Darren Brown will end the day on 4 points. Ricky King looking to end level with Carl on 6. And Dan Nichols also looking to get himself back into the equation if he could beat Hector Stiliano in the final game. So, the penultimate match of the afternoon session, Wilson against King. Both players have shown glimpses of good stuff, but they've also shown a little bit of
131.
inconsistency too. This is going to be a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, it will be. It may just be a question
100.
of which version of them turn up. But I think Carl will be more satisfied with his day. The only game he's lost
96.
was a game he will claim that he should have won. He averaged 94.91 against Wawrzewski. Overall, he was the better
40.
player. He had more chances. He had the better average. He had the more 180s. But how many times this week have we said, it doesn't matter what you do, if you don't get the final product, you don't get the win.
140. Check 85.
And it could well be those mismatched darts that he had over a couple of legs as well against
100.
Wawrzewski, which could be what separates David from winning the group and may well see Carl in a scrap for the other positions in terms of this group C. Remember, the top 2 make their way through following 2 days worth of play, and at the end of day 1, Wilson getting off to a good start in his final match, leaving 52 after just a dozen darts. And Ricky, not able to apply the scoring pressure, allows the man from Tunbridge Wells 6 darts from here to take out the opening leg. 8-8 now.
44.
He's missed a fair few darts at double today. That has to be said.
Yeah, he missed 7 in his first game.
100.
You can't afford to miss again here.
8.
He's done very well there. Nearly a double 13. Yeah, he missed 5 in his second game. Crucially, he missed 11 in his
Second
third.
leg is Ricky to throw first. Game on.
But you mentioned inconsistency. Well, in his last game, he was 50% when he beat Dan Nichols.
100.
So he has responded really well after the disappointment of round 3.
Would I be fair in saying that all the components at some point have clicked, but they haven't all clicked together?
It happens a lot, you know.
140.
When you play enough, especially in this format, you're going to have a day where your doubles feel great. Then another day, your scoring will feel great, but your doubles don't respond.
140.
It's those days where both really click. They're the days where you really find out who you are.
55.
I think the person who epitomises that the most is Mike Warburton. Because I think we see decent stuff from Mike a lot. But on the days where
98.
it all clicks, his averages go into orbit. And he would admit that he doesn't find that sweet spot enough.
56. Carl, you've got 138.
138 for Carl for the break and 2-0. Not to be on this particular occasion.
86. Ricky,
He'll leave
you've got
himself in a
150.
decent enough suit. Once again, he's left himself second leg in a row, 52 after 12. And just like in the previous leg, he is going to get a look at it. But
90.
unlike
Card
leg
required
1,
52.
he may have to take it out with his first visit.
Game shot.
Yeah,
the
there's
second
nothing
leg,
wrong with
Carl
that.
Wilson.
Swimming in confidence right now.
Third leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's an interesting area that Carl will play darts in. I'm sure he's played in Uckfield as well.
177.
Just down the road from Tunbridge Wells. Uckfield is very famous, you know.
100.
It was the last place that Lord Lucan was seen alive. It's a great little place.
140.
Surrounded by some great countryside. Not far from East Sussex National Golf Club.
140.
Go a little bit further down. You're on your way to Eastbourne. Yeah, some gorgeous countryside in Sussex, especially down the South Downs National Park.
100.
And you go any further from Eastbourne, you're in around the realms of Brighton and Hove.
41. Carl, you
Part of the
require
world I
84.
used to traverse a lot in a previous job. 82 for 3-0. Down for the 16s. We'll stay there.
52.
And will leave himself on that particular double up. Every single leg after a dozen darts, Carl Wilson is leaving himself there or thereabouts to a double. It was
28.
52
Carl, you require
after the first 2
32.
legs. Now he has left himself on a double after 12. Averaging 105 here.
This one's in.
Game shot in the third
That marker
leg,
was just
Carl
too good. He
Wilson.
didn't even need it. Standard-wise, he's the best player in this
Fourth
group.
leg, it's Ricky to throw first. Game on.
And if he wins this game, I still think he's the favourite to win the group. That's all due respect to Ozzy.
134.
But Wilson is dangerous. Really, really dangerous. And if you're looking for someone to spring a surprise this week, maybe Wilson's your man.
91.
I think there's a problem for the rest of the field that I think if Carl wins this game and wins it heavy,
60.
we could be looking at the top 2 after night 1.
A distinct possibility. And that puts massive pressure on Dan Nichols
100.
next. He's got to get a win.
If he doesn't beat Nicholls, he's not going through. Simple as that.
137.
We've already seen one win today from 3-0 down. Can Ricky do
140.
what Darren Brown did?
Ricky, you've got 170.
To Dan Nichols in game number 3. Starting here. It might not be starting.
105. Carl, you've got 170.
It might be ending. To do an Aspinall. Finishing on a 170 for the day. It's perfect.
To finish with the fish.
127.
And that would have been quite the
Ricky,
flurry,
you've
but
got
it
65.
diverted wide to the left.
Yeah, that dot fish-tailed. Double top. Survival.
45. Carl, you require 43.
It might not be. Wilson has been deadly on double 16. He's got to leave it again.
Every single leg in this match, Carl Wilson has at least left himself on a single to double after 12.
Game
What
shot
a
and the
performance
match,
around the
Carl
day
Wilson.
off. A 14 darter and an average of 103.5. Carl Wilson can play this game and he keeps showing it on the Super Series stage. He'll end day 1 with 4 wins and 5. The only flop was mismatched darts against Dave Wawrzewski to complete the card, but he is in such a good position now to progress his way through to a second finals night from a second Super Series appearance. The numbers there just jump off the page. We said that he was playing well today, but couldn't quite put it all together. Well, it all clicked into gear, didn't it, in the final game of the day? An average of 103.5. 4 from 8 in terms of his doubles. He has beaten Ricky King by 4 legs to 0. We're going to take a break. Our final match of the session sees Victoria Stilianu of Cyprus take on Dan Nichols of Tipton. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Carl Wilson with the performance of the day so far, rounding off his campaign for 4-0 win over Ricky King, averaging 103.66 in that contest, 50% on his doubles. It clicked when it had to for him. He's on 8 points. Dave Wawrzewski at the top on 10. Then he's the bottom two players in the group, Dan Nichols and Victorious Stilianu, still looking for his first leg of the day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Up against Dan, who has shown good signs in terms of performance, but the results have just not married up.
Yeah, it's been a really tough Thursday for this man. But with all due respect to him, if Nichols wants to stay in contention, which
41
is even dicey at this point, he must win. The fact that the top two
40.
are so far ahead in leg difference and 4 points ahead, at least, from the chasing pack,
40.
that puts extra emphasis on Dan actually getting a huge victory here. You've got to give credit to
100.
Wilson and Wawrzewski because they've played so well today. They're going to be really hard to catch now.
Well, it's a big gap. 4 points overnight. Well, we say in a Group A scenario that a 4-point lead at the top of the table
81.
with a days left of darts to go is a very hard target to overcome. So why should the theorem be any different in a Group C?
Well, if we're going to poke holes in it,
41.
how about the fact that Ted Everts had a 4-point gap on Monday night? And by the time it came to Tuesday evening, he was 4th.
59.
And he'd end up 2nd. So he's had a very
140.
big roller coaster week. And we will see more of Ted later on. From 10 p.m. He's going to be in Group B.
Do you remember Group C
60.
where Adam Paxton evaded a 4-point gap to qualify through to a finals night?
And that was the week he won.
60.
Indeed it was. And what a week he won. Beat Mike Warburton in the final. Then Plaisir was in his way. Tingstrom was in his way.
100. Daniel got 120.
Can he get past it? Not quite.
56.
Now, I've
So he's
done that
120.
myself, going for the treble 16 there. And I got lambasted for doing it. And now it's our turn, because it is a mistake.
40.
No matter how much you like
Daniel
double
got
16,
64.
going for 80 on treble 16 with that last start, it is an error.
Game
Technically,
shot in the first
it
leg.
can
Dan Nichols.
put you in a bit of a corner, but Dan Nichols gets a nice custard pie and just says, in your
Second
face,
leg, it's
Nicholson.
Dan to throw first. Game on.
Well done, Dan.
Something we've all been dreaming of doing.
Your time will come.
81.
Well, Nichols one up. Needed a break at some point in this
41.
match. He's got exactly that, but... And I mean this in the nicest way to Victorious, and I don't want to feel like we're beating a man when he's down.
100.
But realistically, it's more about the size of the result than the result, isn't it, for Dan?
You would think so.
81.
I think if there was going to be a bounce back here, it would have happened earlier. But now that he's lost, what is it, 19 in a row now?
60.
That's tough to swallow. Doesn't matter who you are.
I hate to say this, but no one's ever lost all 25 games in a week.
You've just said it.
41.
And I hate to say it because Victorious is a really, really nice guy, really nice chap, but we have to tell you the facts. And the worst record somebody's ever had is
45.
Jack Quering, who won just 1 out of 25 games on his Super Series appearance.
$40.
Darts isn't meant to be easy. You're coming up against some of the best
100.
ADC players in the game right now. Not to mention some of the experience of the likes of Ted Everts.
100. Daniel Carr,
But what you hope
115.
is, and the way he's been speaking, I think he will, is he'll use his experience as Nichols. Is he going to go? It's gone bull.
107.
How did he hit that bull second time? That had no right to go in the right-hand side. Honestly, if he threw that bullseye another 50 times, he might hit the
Daniel
bull
Quire, 8.
once.
Bull 25 tops.
Game shot in the second leg.
Well,
Dan
it's 2-0
Nichols.
Dan Nichols in this contest. But going back to the point about Hectorus, he's been speaking very much glass half
Third
full
leg
about
is Hectorus to throw
things
first.
this week. And he
Game on.
knows that results isn't what's going to define him. He wants to learn. And I think that's the key word, learn from everything that he's doing this week.
60.
You got to start somewhere.
Just think about the tutelage and things he'll get from people like Wazzy, people like Ted,
140.
over the course of the week.
It's unquestionable. In that practice room, I can guarantee you that the person putting his arm around him right now is going to be Wawrzewski.
60.
I actually got in touch with Michael Smith's wife the first time I had to commentate on David. That's how she pronounced it. Wawrzewski.
125.
And then I came here and everybody was saying Wawrzewski. It's easier to say.
I'll never forget David was in my first ever commentary session and my first ever commentary game.
85.
Nice, easy introduction to life. But he was very, very kind in terms of making sure that the pronunciation was as close to spot on as he could.
96.
We'll hear from David in a few moments' time. At the end of our live coverage here.
When Romeo Gerbevats was
60.
here at the end of
Daniel
last
Quire,
year,
140.
everybody just called him Romeo because they had trouble with his surname. No trouble at all.
108.
That was a good effort there from Dan.
Might have been for a dozen darter too. When he gets going, there's a player there in Dan.
Absolutely.
46.
You can't
Daniel Quire,
don
32.
the Black Country colours and not be a good dart player.
Game shot.
And he's
the third
3-0 up
leg,
with a
Dan
14 darter.
Nichols.
But I suppose it's that C word that creeps in again.
Fourth leg, it's Dan
Consistency
to throw first. Game on.
and finding it on a more regular basis.
Well, look at the moving parts that he's got with the throw.
45.
The more moving parts there are, the more inconsistent it's more likely to be. The elbow is up and down. It's a bit lateral as well. It's a very rangy
60.
throw. There's a pronounced prod, draw back, and there's a bit of a layoff to the throw as well, where the dart actually goes
100.
towards his right ear. It's very much a feel throw. It's not mechanical in any way, shape, or form.
60.
When I say rangy, it's all about how far away the arm
100.
is from the body. It's the arm is far away. If you look at Luke Humphreys, it's very close.
22. $123. 140. Daniel Carr, 133.
133 to get the job done, to wrap it up in some style. Just clips the inside of the
125.
double eight. That must have felt good coming out the hand.
If Nichols hits this double four, he's going to have 4 points for the day and
43,
an
Daniel
all-square
Quire,
leg
8.
difference, putting him fourth in the table.
Game shot.
Well,
and
some
the match,
performance to end. Dan
Nichols.
Nichols with a 4-0 victory against Hectorus Stilianu to round off the afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Hectorus, it was a day where he lost all 5 matches, couldn't find a leg, but for Dan Nichols, a 4-0 win to round off his day. Analysis and an interview with Dave Wawrzewski to come here on Pluto TV.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there,
require
George Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the day has been completed on this Thursday afternoon. Before the break, we saw Dan Nichols get the better of Victoria Stilianu by 4 legs to nil. It was a day that was dominated by Dave Wawrzewski and Carl Wilson. David going through the card, winning all 5. Carl winning 4 from 5 and had the chance to complete the card in that game against David in the middle of the session. So those are the results from this afternoon's affair. Let's have a look and see how the table looks as a consequence. Dave Wawrzewski, top of the table, 10 points to his name, plus 12 in terms of legs difference. I mean, it was a good day, but you can't win 12 points on one day here. Carl Wilson on 8 points. Darren Brown, Dan Nichols and Ricky King are all on 4 points. And as you can probably hear, David is with myself and Paul Nicholson here in the studio. First day, 5 games, 5 wins. Must be really pleased with that.
I'm very pleased with the wins. I'm pleased with my performance today. I thought it was quite consistent. I think to be getting better every day this week. And I just really enjoyed today. Again, the 6 of us in there, it's just a fab group again. So that helps the relaxation. But it's been very good.
Do you feel like your player that's building as the weeks going along, and was today by far the best in terms of consistent performance?
Yeah, it was very consistent today. Yeah, the finishing was on point and a lot more concentration. So it was good.
And it felt like there was that little bit of mentality of now you're on 0 points again. It felt like that you could have a little bit more focus naturally, because you know that everyone's in play. It's not like when at the end of a Group A you kind of are resigned to a fate, but you can kind of go again with a fresh slate, can't you?
Yeah, and it was good to start from 0. It's a fresh start and your head's in a completely different space. So more concentration, and today showed that.
Over the last 3 days, we've noticed that you've been winning a few different ways as well. Your finishing has been very, very good indeed. But we thought yesterday and towards the end of Tuesday that you were really starting to cause trouble for the people at the top of the group. And that surely gave you confidence coming into Group C.
No, it did. And you'd like to start Monday in Group A, you think win Group A, and then you go Tuesday, you put yourself in a chance. And I missed a lot of opportunities Tuesday, but I said to him, I'm going to cause some upsets. I'm going to affect the group dynamics Tuesday, Wednesday. And I think I did that. It wasn't on purpose. It was just my game was improving. And I was really beginning to enjoy myself. And I today enjoyed myself, really enjoyed myself today.
We've been trying to break down as well your strengths, and the doubling was one of them. But the other one that Henry and I spoke about, it was your ability to get a lot of one treble visits. It's almost old school darts.
Yeah.
Tunning down, getting tons, 85s, the odd 140. You're not noted as a massive hitter of 180s, but your ability to get tons 125s and the odd 140 is brilliant.
Yeah, I spoke Mr. Lee Cox, always be boring. Boring wins games. Ton. Just do that. And I work on that, and it works. I'm not a biggest 180 hitter. 180s don't win legs. Mm-hmm. Game shots win legs. And today I was fortunate enough to win all 5.
Let's talk a little bit about yourself then. And this is a place that you absolutely love. And you were here with us back in Southampton when we were the then Live League. For yourself, is this actually nice to see how this place has developed, and how much pride do you have actually being a part of the journey pretty much from the get-go?
Every time I get the email, I'm privileged to be invited. It's never taken for granted. Anything I do, never taken for granted. But to go from Southampton, I was given the opportunity, and then to get invited down here week in every series or every other series, it's amazing, and it's just getting from strength to strength.
Do you remember the first call-up and how it came about?
For here or Southampton?
Southampton.
I got the phone call, so I was just at Challenge Tour, and then a lady from Darts GB, Mel, said, I've put a good word in at MODUS Super Series. What's that? Well, it's an online thing, you've seen it online, Scott Marsh played in it, and Fallon, and it's down at Southampton. You have 2 days or a week, and you go and play. And I was like, okay, if you can ask, if it doesn't happen, it's not. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was chuffed a bit. And I remember my first encounter. Went to the hotel because they booked the hotels for us. Walked in, ordered myself a drink at the bar, a Coke, and then Fallon, Martin Adams and Gary Stone was sitting there, and I got invited to come over. And I looked round because they said, come and join us. And they was talking to me, and I was looking round. I was just shocked that the table knew who I was. It was really nice. Really nice.
It's interesting because we're actually coming up to the 5th anniversary of starting online, and Southampton was such an important part of the process to getting ourselves to here. And it's interesting looking back at the days and how things have changed. So, I mean, initially in the first days, we didn't even have a referee.
No, we didn't. I remember that first week. I wasn't commentating that week, but I remember Chris Mason telling me what it was like. A room with 2 players in it. Essentially, it was like the Crystal Maze, because you opened the door, you then allowed the 2 players to go in the room, then you closed the door. There were no windows. It was cameras, board, and players, and the players called their own scores. It was weird, but it was revolutionary at the time because we were doing it from homes with conservatories, garages, all sorts of different technology was used to try and get it online. But this whole thing has been about progression, and that was just part of the process. Southampton, it's seen as a bit of a kitsch background to what we've got now, and we don't take this place for granted because when we reminisce about Southampton, we talk about the squeaky floorboard, we talk about the fact that the Oki was battered at one point, and it was a strange thing, but memorable at the same time.
What were your memories of the former venue?
The squeaky floorboard. I got accused of cheating a few times. It's just what it was. You could walk around, you just forget. Mm-hmm. Loved it. I loved it because it gave me it put me on the map, but people knew who I was, and I'm a big fella. I've got a colour shirt. Mm-hmm. I've got a funny surname. It goes far. People notice that. And yeah, it was good. I loved it down there. I really did.
Do you remember the commentary box of the former venue and how in the summer it used to be stifling hot? Now, back in those days, at the end of every single leg, we'd have a monitor, didn't we? We made a little camera on top of the monitor, and at the end of every single leg, they used to cut to us. But luckily, they'd only ever show the top half. So in the summer, like, you had to wear shorts because it was boiling in there.
Yeah, one of the benefits of being a commentator during the summer months is that you were sitting next to the servers, and the servers had a fan. So the fan would actually create a little bit of a draft in the commentary box. But at one point, we had to get another one because it was just too hot. And we tried our very best in difficult conditions, but the players had it a lot worse than we did because we didn't have air conditioning in that small studio, and we had to pipe it in as much as we could before play started. And after every game, open the door, pipe it in again. It was really hard logistically. And when we came here, it was a breath of fresh air, not to coin a different phrase.
I was going to say that was really weird. And the other thing as well, would you remember there used to be a traffic light system? So at the end of the leg...
Correct. There was no countdown. It was
No.
the red and green light. I was never told that at first. So I went up and started throwing. I threw it at the 3 darts. And they went, no, you've got to wait for the green light. I was like, oh, OK, fair enough. Thanks for letting me know.
And there'd be times, I think there was a time as well, wasn't there, where the green light didn't even go off. So you
No,
just stood there
standing
waiting.
there, yeah.
And then the other thing as well was for the players. So the practice room was... So the practice room was to the far end of the studio, and then you had to walk through the gallery, didn't you? So you had to walk past the director, the producers, the scalper, to then go. It was such. I mean, they were great times, but it's amazing to think now that we've got a building like this. Actually, the humble beginnings that it all came from.
Well, what it does is it gives you an idea of what the people behind the MODUS Super Series wanted to do. At first, it was just something at the start of COVID to allow people to play darts and to watch it as well. I think at one point we were the only live sport in the world. It just goes to show how revolutionary the idea was, using household technology like smartphones, tablets, laptops, and the most peculiar things in the world to prop these things up and keep them steady. But now we're talking about cutting edge technology. In this place and towards the end of Southampton, we are using a world-leading spotting system for cameras and for the ability for people to watch instantaneous shots. There is no system in World Darts that's better than this. That's a fact.
And then in terms of Southampton, in terms of what it did, it kind of gave the platform, wasn't it, for you say for yourself, but for a lot of players that were good players, but never had any kind of exposure before. It was kind of the first chance they had to really make their name. It wasn't quite a stage environment like this, but to play in front of the cameras.
It was massive for some of them that were knocking on doors and people didn't really know. You put them live on YouTube at the time, and it was huge. It was a massive... It made some people's careers. It's made careers for some people now on the PDC.
Right, been a lovely little tangent about Southampton. We'll have another little chat with you in a few moments' time. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we'll be carrying on chatting with Dave Wawrzewski. We'll also have a chat with Paul Nichols. We'll also be rounding up the rest of the day's action as well here at the MODUS Super Series on Pluto TV.
.54, Charlie McGuire 164.